Professor Hoover, what is it that convinces you that life is not restricted to Earth?
I am absolutely convinced that life is not restricted to the planet Earth because I have found the remains of life forms that are absolutely, conclusively extraterrestrial. The Argelia meteorite that landed in France in 1864, the Murchison meteorite that landed in Australia in 1969, there is no question whatsoever in the entire scientific community that those are meteorites and they are extraterrestrial in nature. When I take those meteorites and I break them under very precise conditions in flame-sterilized pans with totally propane torch flame-sterilized tools and fracture the meteorite and put it on an electron microscopy stub with the freshly fractured surface up and then put it into the field emission scanning electron microscope, I find the obvious and recognizable remains of biological entities. And that has proven to me that since these remains are clearly embedded in freshly fractured interior pieces of the meteorite, that they are the remains of microorganisms and therefore they represent life.
So why then do skeptics or debunkers of such claims say that what you're looking at really are microorganisms as a result of contamination when the meteorites would hit the ground or hit the snow, and that somehow these microorganisms found their way onto or into the meteorite?
The only explanation is that they either did not read the papers I have published, or if they did read them, they simply did not understand them. And the reason that I can say that these are extraterrestrial is because with the scanning electron microscope that I use, it is possible to determine the relative abundance of the different elements that are present in the fossilized remains. And I can see elements from boron and above. And when I look at those samples that have the morphological characteristics of being cyanobacteria or other kinds of recognizable microbial entities, those that are interesting and exciting, I take the electron beam and focus it on a particular spot of the filament, and then the excited radiation that comes off, the X-ray radiation, is analyzed by the instrument in the electron microscope, and it tells me that it has this much carbon and this much oxygen and this much magnesium and sulfur and so on. But the point is, in these fossilized remains, it is almost never that you find detectable levels of nitrogen. And that is profoundly important because every living thing on Earth contains nitrogen. It has to have nitrogen for the amino acids, it has to have nitrogen for the proteins, it has to have nitrogen for every DNA and every RNA molecule in every cell. And after living organisms die, that nitrogen slowly goes away from the organism and goes back into the atmosphere as nitrogen gas. But that is a long process. It takes millions of years. These meteorites, Argelia landed in 1864, Murchison landed in 1969, Polonnaruwa on the 29th of December 2012. So these meteorites have not possibly been on Earth long enough for something to have crawled in after they landed and then the nitrogen to have disappeared. Anything that crawled into the Argelia meteorite after 1864 that was biological would have detectable nitrogen.
Is it frustrating to hear from essentially your peers who say that no, this, he's not right. We can't prove, or he can't prove, nobody can prove this. It almost sounds to me like, is it possible that some of these people, maybe all of these people, are afraid to acknowledge this?
I don't understand the reason, but in point of fact, these critics will not debate me in an open scientific forum. I would be perfectly willing to go to the Cosmos Club in Washington, to go to any university and have an academic debate and scientific discussion, and if they wish to say that these structures are recent contaminants, then I would challenge them to explain how these recent biological contaminants do not contain nitrogen. But it's even more important than that. You see, I'm not the only one that studies these meteorites. These meteorites have been studied by scientists ever since they landed. Lay in 1806, Arguelles in 1864, Murchison. All three of these meteorites have been very extensively studied because Ci1 carbonaceous chondrites are extremely precious and extremely rare. They have been studied extensively by scientists, and when the scientists have studied them, they found all sorts of exciting things in them. Amino acids, very, very important, complex biological molecules. For example, they found nucleobases. They find uracil. They find adenine. They find guanine. But they don't find thymine, and they don't find cytosine. Now, these 5 nucleobases are critical because they are essential in molecules of DNA and molecules of RNA, and we do not know of any life on Earth that can exist without DNA and RNA. Well, of course, viruses can get by without DNA, but all of the cells of bacteria and archaea and all the eukaryotic cells require both DNA and RNA. The problem is you cannot have DNA and RNA without having all 5 of those nucleobases. So if a cyanobacteria had crawled into my meteorite in 1864, then when Sandra Pizzarella or John Carriage or Jeffrey Beta or any other scientists, Mike Engel, that study the amino acids and study the organics within those meteorites, they would have found all 5 of the nucleobases and all 20 protein amino acids if they were contaminated by modern biology. They couldn't possibly contaminate it with modern biology and leave out the critical, life-critical biomolecules.
Why is there this resistance to acknowledging the work that you do? What's going on here?
Well, I think that someone like you should ask them that question. How do you explain this argument that he's made? Stephen Benner knows very well that you cannot contaminate a meteorite with modern biologicals without putting in all 20 protein amino acids and without putting in all 5 nucleobases. It is not possible scientifically. So the absence of those life-critical biomolecules in the carbonaceous meteorites proves that they are not contaminated. Now, I guess they might say, well, all of our samples of the Arguelles meteorite and all of our samples of the Murchison meteorite that we've studied are not contaminated. But all of the samples of those meteorites that Richard Hoover has studied, all of those have been contaminated.
I see. How convenient.
Yes, I mean, they might come up with that kind of an explanation, but that's just because I'm just extra lucky, I guess.
Well, someone has to be. Well, okay, so now let's just take it off the Earth and off of the carbonaceous meteorites altogether. I've always been fascinated with Mars, and so, I've always thought, I've seen a lot of interesting pictures of Mars that say to me, there's something going on here that really needs to be looked at, and there's a combination of these old fossilized organisms versus more recently fossilized organisms or currently living. Do you think that the variety of missions that we've sent to Mars, all the various rovers who have gone around, I'm turning them into humans, all the missions that we've sent to Mars, have they come up with, do you think, evidence of not just previous water, but present-day water that could be supporting some kind of life?
There is absolutely no doubt that there is water on Mars today. And I mean frozen and liquid H2O. Now, there's all this excitement about, gee, we think we found evidence, in the paper just a few days ago, that at one point in the ancient past, liquid water was flowing on Mars. To me, that was a very, very strange thing because, of course, the pictures that they were showing were obtained a few years ago, and of these streaks in the slopes of some of the craters. But the fascinating thing is that Viking, in 1976, found that the north polar cap of Mars was frozen H2O. Now, the problem is H2O is water. It does not matter if it is frozen, which we call ice. But ice, when it is frozen H2O, it is still water. Gaseous H2O is still water. And liquid H2O is still water. Now, the reason that I consider that significant is while I was at NASA doing the astrobiology research there, I had a wonderful opportunity. I went to many of the hostile environments on Earth. I had 3 expeditions to Antarctica. I had expeditions to the Kverkuvik Glacier of the Vatnajökull ice cap of Iceland. I had several expeditions to the Matanuska Glacier of Alaska. And I spent, and the Fox Tunnel of Alaska, and I spent a lot of time chopping out samples of ice, and every sample of ice that I extracted I could put on a microscope slide and put a cover slip on top of it, and as the ice melted you would see bacteria come out and start swimming. There are, and this was shown on movies that were made, films that were made by the BBC and the Discovery Channel, and so these films have been produced and are readily available, where they saw the actual process of the ice being taken, put on sterile microscope slide, and out come the bacteria and they start swimming. Now, why is that possible? Well, there have been a number of scientists that have shown that many bacteria have ice-active substances, enzymes in the exterior of the cellular coating of the bacterium, and the same way with many diatoms. And what this does is it changes the melting point of ice. And so if you have one of these bacteria in a frozen glacier, the exterior surface can cause the ice to become liquid, and so that organism is now no longer in a frozen sheet of ice, but is in an ocean, as it were. And if it has the ability to swim forward and melt more ice and allow other ice to freeze behind it, as it goes into fresh ice, the nutrients that are trapped within the ice come out, the minerals and so forth, and the bacterium can use them to carry out its organotrophic metabolism or its photosynthesis using sunlight and utilizing the materials that it needs to make new cells, and therefore it is absolutely certain that life exists in ice. Well, the polar cap of Mars and the permafrost of Mars contains ice. And also when the sun shines on dark rocks on the surface of Mars, they heat up. And in fact, when Viking was sitting there on the surface of Mars, on some summer days, the surface got up to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, 60 degrees Fahrenheit melts ice in Huntsville. 60 degrees Fahrenheit will melt ice on Mars. And therefore, any ice that is right below the surface of the regolith would be melted.
Now, does that have anything to do with apparently an amazing image that you talk about taken by the rover Opportunity in 2004, that you would describe what that image is, because we'll be showing that.
I just became aware of this about a year ago. But Opportunity rover in 2004 took an image of a fascinating structure on Mars that shows structural features that are consistent with organisms on Earth known as crinoids. And a crinoid is an echinoderm. It's a very, very complicated organism. It's not a bacterium. It's not a cyanobacteria. It's not a diatom, even though diatoms are eukaryotes. Crinoids are echinoderms, like starfish. Starfish are echinoderms. We have living crinoids on Earth today. They go back far in the fossil record. Okay. And if you actually go on YouTube, you can see beautiful pictures where starfish are chasing a crinoid and it's running across the ocean floor to try to escape from being eaten. So these are animals. These are animals.
And you say they're on Mars?
And I'm saying that Opportunity took a photograph on Mars that shows features that are consistent with what we know of terrestrial crinoids, with pentagonal plates, with radial plates, with arms that come up away from the plates and actually branch. These are segmented arms, and they show branching, which is called bifurcation. And I've spent a lot of time collecting fossils, and I've collected a lot of crinoid crowns. This is the head of the crinoid as opposed to the stem. Okay. And when I looked at that, I immediately recognized it as a crinoid. I showed it to colleagues and friends. I have a friend that has written a book on crinoids, and he took one look at it and immediately knew that this was a crinoid. Now, the fascinating thing is, here you have a possible fossil of a very interesting organism in a rock on Mars, and 3 hours and a half after that photograph was done, that rock was destroyed by the rock abrasion tool, at least the area where the fossil was located. I should say possible fossil.
The rock was destroyed?
The area where the possible fossil was located was ground to dust using the rock abrasion tool.
Oh, I see. In other words, humans were responsible for the destruction of the fossil.
Obviously, a decision was made in some way to utilize the mechanism on the rover to grind away the surface of that object.
And destroy the evidence.
And destroy the structure. Now, I once asked David McKay about this. David McKay, who did the studies of the Allen Hills meteorite. And he explained that that was done to look at the inside, that he knew all about it, and that it was done to look at the inside, looking for carbon or something. Yeah. Well, the problem is, anybody that does much in the field of paleontology knows that you don't have to find carbon to find a fossil. In the Huntsville area, we have lots of beautifully agatized blastoids called pyramites. And those have been converted to agate. They're silicified. And if I were to break one open and look for carbon in it, I wouldn't find any. But I know absolutely for a fact that it was a fossilized remain of a once living organism.
Who's making these kinds of decisions to destroy this kind of evidence, and why do they not want us to know about this?
Well, when you say I might not know the answer is absolutely certain I have no idea who made that decision. Yeah. This happened in 2004. By the way, the photographs are available on the web, and I can give you the frame numbers, and you can locate them on the web to see that what I'm saying is correct. Yeah. I believe those photographs that are on the web are authentic, legitimate pictures of that particular area. I believe they're authentic, legitimate information with regard to what happened to that possible fossil. And if a paleontologist finds on Earth a rock containing an interesting fossil, they collect it. You would never have a paleontologist say, gee, that may represent a new genus of life on Earth. Where's my rock hammer? I want to smash that to bits.
It brings us all into the idea of, well, conspiracy theories. Is there conspiracy theory, and what's it for? Why don't they want us to know? It can get totally crazy, but it's not like you don't know what you're talking about. You know, I've read your bio. you're like a heavyweight in science and in NASA. 40+ years.
46 years in NASA before I retired.
And I know that in the 1990s, NASA awarded you like the inventor of the year.
Yes.
And so you're someone who knows what's going on. And so when you start going public on these things, you know, between this image on Mars or what's happening inside some carbonaceous meteorites, people are trying to stop you from different angles. How do you feel about that? What do you think is going on there?
The first paper I published about microfossils in meteorites was in 1997, and it was in a conference that I chaired in San Diego called Instruments, Methods, and Missions for the Investigation of Extraterrestrial Microorganisms.
Did you come up with that title?
I did.
Okay.
And the book is available on the web. And at that meeting, which I organized, we had brilliant and very distinguished scientists there. David McKay came and talked about the Allen Hills meteorite results. We had Tommy Gold, the Hoyle-Bondi Gold theory of steady-state theory of the origin of the universe, and Tommy Gold, the one that predicted the deep hot biosphere. We had John Carriage, a famous meteoriticist, Jeffrey Beta, a famous meteoriticist. There were Tullis Onstadt, who had been doing research on the deep hot biosphere, the microorganisms deep in the South African gold mines, and we had 2 star panels which was filmed and then broadcast on television. So the point, and I did a paper and presented and published a paper on microfossils in meteorites at that meeting, and at every subsequent meeting I have given updates and published new data and new information. And then I published a peer-reviewed paper in the volume Perspectives in Astrobiology, which, by the way, was a NATO Advanced Study Institute that we held in Hania, Crete, and it was co-sponsored by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. And the paper in that volume also described microfossils in meteorites, and it was not only peer-reviewed, all of these papers went through the NASA approval process and the clearance process, so NASA was fully aware of all of them. So the point is for people to say, oh, gee, we didn't know, we didn't know. It makes no sense.
I want to know your opinion, because here we are at the International UFO Congress. What's your opinion on UFOs? And I don't just mean all things that people think that there are spaceships from Mars or whatever, the truly unexplained objects that really have not been given any possible explanation, and they're very bizarre, a lot of credible eyewitnesses. What do you think?
I know for a fact that there are a lot of credible eyewitnesses. I frankly have to tell you, I do not know what is going on with regard to the subject of UFOs. I do know that there have been events that have happened that are very, very difficult to explain. And one hypothesis is that these are craft from somewhere else. But what I have problem with is we live in an era of lots of cameras, and there are cameras everywhere. And I would like to see not only good high-resolution videos of these, but I would really like for somebody to bring a piece of metal or a fountain pen or an iPad from an extraterrestrial that, you know, a computer chip, something that you could take in your hands and say, look, we have analyzed this, and this comes from element number 127 that has not yet been developed, not yet been found anywhere on the planet Earth. So, I mean, that's the kind of hard evidence that would really make it possible to say, yea, definitively, we do know that these are extraterrestrial craft. Right now, I find it fascinating that there is continuing to be a large body of information and basically the kind of eyewitness testimony. But of course the problem is with eyewitness testimony is if I don't see it myself, I have trouble believing it when someone else tells me, if it's something that is very, very astonishing.
Welcome back to the program. As I mentioned moments ago, Richard Hoover wasn't exactly a run-of-the-mill NASA scientist. At NASA's Marshall Flight Center, he founded the Astrobiology Research Group. That's the team tasked with finding evidence, analyzing evidence of extraterrestrial life, analyzing rock samples, meteorite samples, that sort of thing. And Hoover says there is solid, valid evidence for life outside of Earth. But the story has been buried or dismissed by his former employer. He's currently working as an astrobiologist at Athens State University and also as a visiting research professor with the Center for Astrobiology at the University of Buckingham in the United Kingdom. And welcome to the program for the first time, Richard Hoover.
Yes, hello. I'm delighted to be with you tonight.
Me too. I'm glad to have you on. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Tell us, Richard, how long have you been part of this search for ET life, or rather biomarkers of such life?
Well, actually, right after David McKay announced the discovery of possible microfossils in the Mars meteorite, ALH 84001, I initiated the program at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center to study evidence for microfossils in ancient terrestrial rocks and also to search for evidence of microfossils in meteorites.
I can imagine it was an exciting time. That was what, 97?
96 was when the announcement was made, and quite frankly, I have to tell you, when the announcement was made, I was a bit dismayed because I was of the opinion that everyone knew that extraterrestrial life existed in the form of microfossils in meteorites. So I thought it was a bit strange that NASA was making such a big hoopla about microfossils in a Mars meteorite.
Well, why did you think that? What evidence had you seen by that point?
Well, there was a large body of evidence that was produced way back in 1962. This was done by Bartholomew Nagy and George Klaus when they found evidence of microfossils in carbonaceous meteorites, specifically the Orgullo meteorite, the same meteorite that I've been studying extensively. And they made this announcement of evidence for microfossils in a meteorite in 1962, and this caused a tremendous stir. They had found little tiny spherical bodies, some of which had spikes, and they were convinced that these were biological in nature rather than abiotic crystals and so forth. And so there was a large body of scientific research, including the Nobel laureate Harold Urey, and there was a big meeting at the New York Academy of Sciences, and all of this was discussed in detail with a lot of scientists who knew a great deal about paleontology, about microfossils, and so forth. But ultimately, they had detractors, and scientists from the University of Chicago argued that these were either pollen grains that had been squashed flat, or they were contaminants, modern contaminants. And in spite of that fact, there were other scientists who found much more complex structures, in fact, forms very similar to what I've been finding in the carbonaceous meteorites myself.
Am I reading it wrong that it was a really exciting time, though, when NASA makes the announcement? I mean, you said that a year later, or in the following year, they established the Astrobiology Research Group. I would think that would be a pretty exciting assignment, pretty exciting work.
Oh, the announcement of David McKay was very exciting because, again, NASA took up the serious consideration of the possibility of extraterrestrial life. And what was done was there was the establishment of a number of virtual astrobiology institutes. I was fortunate enough to team up with David McKay and became co-investigator with Dave on the Center for Biomarkers in Astromaterials. And also I teamed up with Ken Nielsen at NASA JPL. Ken was involved in the study of what are called microbial extremophiles. These are microorganisms on Earth that live in the most extreme and inhospitable environments. The reason the study of extremophiles is important is we wanted to find out what are the conditions in which life can exist on Earth in order to know where and how to search for life on Mars, on Europa, and elsewhere in the cosmos.
And basically everywhere you look, you've found life. I know some of that work has been done right here in the Mojave in a very, very extreme environment. And I know you've found evidence, NASA has found evidence here of life in improbable places as well as in Antarctica, right?
As a matter of fact, virtually anywhere that you look on the planet Earth where the conditions for life exist, you will find life. And those conditions are relatively simple. You have to have water, but that water doesn't have to be an ocean. It can be a tiny, thin film of water existing between grains of rocks, sandstone, in the dry valleys of Antarctica. It can be inside of glaciers, inside of the polar ice caps. It can be deep within the crust of the Earth, as Tullis Onstad has shown in the studies of microbial life deep within the gold mines of South Africa.
I think I read that in 1997, the same year you set up this research group, you made an announcement, basically the same kind of announcement that McKay had made, right, about finding evidence of life.
Yes, that's correct. When David McKay's announcement came out, quite frankly, as I said before, I was a bit shocked at all of the excitement, and it did cause a tremendous amount of excitement. As you recall, President Clinton held a panel with Dave McKay and a number of others, so it triggered the formation of the NASA Astrobiology Institute, which was originally headed up by Jerry Soffin, who had been heavily involved in the Viking program, which was the only NASA program that we had that really did search for extraterrestrial life on the planet Mars. After Viking concluded its studies, NASA did not engage in any subsequent searches for extant life on the planet Mars, which was in itself a shocking kind of result. But after David McKay made his announcement, NASA established these virtual astrobiology institutes, and it resulted in a tremendous amount of excitement. Scientists from all over the world came together and started studying a wide variety of things related to what now was called astrobiology. Previously, the search for evidence for extraterrestrial life had been termed exobiology, but most of the NASA studies in exobiology had not been really in searching for extraterrestrial life. It had been concerned primarily with continuations of the Miller-Urey experiment in order to try to understand, okay, how did life originate on the planet Earth? That was the fundamental assumption, that ancient lightning bolts and large events on the planet Earth caused the origin of life on Earth about 3.8 or 3.9 billion years ago. The problem is that life may not have originated on Earth. Life may have been brought to Earth from elsewhere in the solar system and landed on Earth and started growing when the planet became hospitable for life.
Panspermia, right?
Panspermia, it is. It's a theory that has gone back a couple of centuries and has largely been dismissed by the scientific community because the paradigm was that life originated on early Earth, and if you have the planet being infected by life from elsewhere in the cosmos, then you've got a significant problem with your fundamental hypothesis.
So, McKay makes an announcement in 96. It causes a big hubbub. What about your announcement? How was it received the first time you said it?
Actually, it was sort of not received. It was pretty much ignored. What happened was after Dave McKay made his announcement, I thought, well, everyone knows that there are microfossils in carbonaceous meteorites. At least I knew that. I had known it for years. In fact, I had discussed it in detail with Sir Robert Ross, who had done some of the pioneering studies back in the 1960s. Bob Ross was a brilliant diatomist, and he had come to work with me in Antwerp at the Henri van Herk Museum, and we had a chance to talk about his research on microfossils in meteorites back in the early 1960s. So I knew that there were microfossils in carbonaceous meteorites and that it had been well established. I didn't know that the scientific community had essentially dismissed this set of results and said, okay, this is all wrong. It was all simply a big mistake, and it was based on either mistaking terrestrial pollen grains for extraterrestrial life, or it was based on mistaking abiotic grains as biological. So, based on that knowledge, I said, well, the proper thing for me to do is study carbonaceous meteorites. And at that point in time, we had some wonderful instruments at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center. We had some magnificent scanning electron microscopes. And so I obtained a piece of a meteorite called the Murchison meteorite that fell in Australia in 1969. And I was acutely aware of the criticisms that were coming to bear on David McKay, namely that these tiny things that he found in the Mars meteorite were either crystals or abiotic structures that had nothing to do with biology, or if they were biology, they were contaminants that crawled into the meteorite after it landed in Antarctica, or that they were simply structures that appeared to be so, but they were so small you couldn't really tell what they were. So what I decided to do, and one of the arguments was that they were coating artifacts, that they had been produced when he used the kind of coatings that were used to make the microscope capable of seeing these structures with high resolution. Typically, you use gold plating in order to make the surface conductive and get higher resolution. So I decided I didn't want to have to argue about coating artifacts, and in order to avoid coating artifacts, the best thing to do is just don't coat the sample. And we had a microscope called an environmental scanning electron microscope that could look at samples that were uncoated and non-conductive. So I got this piece of the Murchison meteorite and set forth to develop a rigid protocol for how to handle the meteorite so that I wouldn't introduce any contamination. I decided the best way to prevent modern biological contamination is by flame sterilization. Bacteria don't do very good when they're subjected to a propane torch. It converts them immediately into smoke. So what I did is I took all of my tools and instruments and I used a propane torch and heated them to glowing red hot, and then very carefully in a sterile environment fractured up the sample of the Murchison meteorite that I had, took the freshly broken surface and put it where that it was facing up on an electron microscope stub, put it in the microscope, and started searching for microfossils with my colleague Greg German at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center materials branch. And within about 10 minutes, we found a tiny little mushroom-shaped structure that excited me because a lot of the workers in the 1960s had reported finding mushroom-shaped biological entities. But it was very small, not much bigger than what David McKay had been finding. And so we were carefully focusing it at 50,000 times magnification and getting everything just perfect. And we were using a 30 kilovolt electron beam and almost ready to take our picture. And all of a sudden, it vanished. It vanished. We had struck it with such a high-intensity electron beam that this little guy was made almost entirely out of carbon, and we vaporized the puppy.
Oh.
So it was kind of ironic, almost like Mars Attacks. I mean, the first time you find an extraterrestrial life form, you hit it with a high-intensity electron beam, and you send it off into a vapor of smoke.
Oh, my gosh.
All we had left was a tiny little indentation in the shape of a mushroom where it had been in the rock.
Well, as we were going to find out, though, this is not the only time that evidence that you were working with was destroyed. And when we come back, we're going to hear the story about what some of your superiors at NASA did to get rid of some evidence that was pretty compelling. We're talking with Richard Hoover, former NASA scientist, and I got to imagine a bunch of NASA guys sitting around a table wondering, what are we going to do about Richard Hoover? You can't just write this guy off as being some kind of a kook or label him as being like a UFO nut, as NASA often talks about the search for extraterrestrial life. So what do they do about Richard Hoover? Because the story he's about to tell us is pretty compelling, and it's about how NASA, his bosses, purposely destroyed solid evidence of extraterrestrial life. We'll get to that when we come back here on Coast to Coast AM. Richard Hoover, before the break, you were telling us that you and your colleagues were examining an Australian meteorite fragment, and you took you only a couple of minutes to find a curious shape of an object, a mushroom-shaped structure that you think might have been evidence of ET life, but you actually accidentally zapped it. So you're left with this mushroom-shaped hole there. I guess that's not evidence of much of anything, is it?
Hey, it was quite disappointing, to be honest. But we pressed on, and within a matter of a few hours, we found filaments that were consistent with life forms called cyanobacteria. And we took a lot of photographs of these filaments and started doing an extensive study of the microorganisms that are known as cyanobacteria, and putting different kinds of cyanobacteria that I obtained in living in pure culture from the Carolina Biological Supply, but also that I collected in situ from lakes like Lake Guntersville near my home. And by taking living cyanobacteria, we put them on the same environmental scanning electron microscope to understand what did cyanobacteria really look like when we examined them under the electron microscope. We rapidly recognized that we were finding filamentous cyanobacterial remains in these meteorites. This was tremendously exciting to me. I wrote a scientific paper about the subject. This was published in 1997. I organized a conference at SPIE that we had in San Diego. We had a number of the pioneers there, people like Dave McKay came, Tommy Gold, Robert Shapiro, Tullis Onstadt, a lot of scientists working in many different fields. And I presented these results at that first meeting in 1997 and showed evidence for microfossils in the Murchison carbonaceous meteorite at that time. We also had scientists that came from Russia. One of the hallmarks of good science is, are your observations and results repeatable? And are you the only one that sees them? If you're the only one that finds these things, then it's got to be suspicious. But after I sent my initial draft of my paper to David McKay to have him review it and give me his comments and criticisms, David called me back and he said, you realize that scientists in Russia are finding very similar things. And I said, no, I didn't realize that. And he said, well, I received a paper from at that time he wasn't academician Rozanov, from Professor Rozanov, the director of the Paleontological Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences in Moscow, in which he had found similar microfossils in the Murchison meteorite. So I gave Dave permission to send my paper to Professor Rozanov, and Professor Rozanov and I then got together and started collaborating. I would go to the Russian Academy of Sciences, to the Institute of Paleontology, and work with him there, and he would come to the Marshall Space Flight Center and work with me here. But we had actually found very similar things, written very similar results, and the publications came out almost simultaneously, his being published in Russia and mine being published here in the United States.
Okay, you get something published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, that says a lot. It says that at least you convinced that journal that you had enough evidence to put it out there, right? Well, it says that we did our work very carefully, and we were providing evidence, and by that I mean the photomicrographs that were presented as well as the spectral data. When I did these studies, I not only took pictures of the structures that I was finding, I also took photographs of similar life forms that we have here on Earth, so I was comparing them to what are absolutely known to be living organisms on Earth and showing that they had not only the same precise structural characteristics, but they were also the proper size range, which is very important. Living things live within very distinct sizes. You don't find a dog that's the size of an elephant, and you don't find a dog that's the size of a bacterium. Living things live within very distinct size ranges, and these fossils that I was finding in the meteorite were in the proper size range for the living cyanobacteria that I was finding here on Earth that belong to the same genera and species of the ones that I was finding representatives of in the meteorites. So that provided evidence that they were in fact biological. The big problem, of course, is now how do you prove
that they are not contaminants that crawled into the meteorite after it landed, in the case of the one in Australia, in 1969, or in the case of the Orgueil meteorite, which landed in France in May of 1864. And in order to do that, I started doing research using X-ray spectroscopy to measure the chemical composition of the fossils found in the rocks and the chemical composition of living and dead organisms that were similar on Earth.
Tell me this, I know that there was reaction to the paper that you presented and the findings, but that's how science works. You publish something and other guys try to test the hypothesis or look at the data, give their opinion. Was the reaction from your colleagues different from what you would expect? I mean, was there a sort of a negative tone to the findings that was beyond what you might have expected for anything else?
Well, actually, no. At the very beginning, in 1997, there was no negative reaction from scientists within NASA or scientists anywhere else, to my knowledge. I mean, these papers were published. They were discussed extensively at these meetings, and generally they were extremely well received, and no one provided criticism saying that they thought my results and my findings were incorrect. Of course, in the 1990s, the scientific community was still quite enthralled with David McKay's results, and so NASA was embarking on an astrobiology program, and they were actually looking at how do we develop vehicles to go to Mars and get sample returns to bring back to Earth? How do we develop space vehicles that can go to Europa and take samples from Europa to search for life in the watery ocean underneath the ice crust of Europa? So in the late 90s, there was a great deal of enthusiasm for astrobiology within NASA. There was a great deal of enthusiasm for astrobiology within the entire country. As you remember from those days, it was tremendously exciting because everyone was thinking, okay, we're going to now crack this question, are we alone? And we're going to find the fundamental answer to a question that has been intriguing to man since the beginning of time.
You said a couple of minutes ago when you were talking about the Viking program that it seemed to be shocking to you that Viking was the last time NASA sent something to Mars to look for life. They've sent all these other craft up there, rovers all over the place, but without the equipment to do the test on the spot to find out if life is there. It just seems really weird.
They keep sending rovers that do excellent searches for rocks on Mars, and they've been getting astonishing results by finding lots of rocks on Mars. Although I think most people would recognize that, yep, there are rocks on Mars. The problem is none of the subsequent experiments after Viking, after Gil Levin obtained evidence for life on Mars during Viking, none of those scientific missions carried out by NASA has carried any kind of instrumentation to search for living organisms on the planet Mars. All of them have been, well, gee, we've got to follow the water. We've got to see if there really was ever water on Mars. And to me, that was also a shocking kind of thing because it has been known since Viking that the polar ice caps of Mars contain glacial ice, which is frozen H2O. And as a scientist, as far as I'm concerned, H2O is water. It doesn't matter whether it's frozen in your refrigerator in an ice cube or whether it comes out of your tea kettle as steam or whether it's in a glass sitting in front of you. It's still water. And anyone who likes to crunch ice like I do at the end of a Coca-Cola knows that water that's frozen is still water. And once you've crunched it up and melted it in your mouth, it tastes just as good as it does when it comes out of an avian bottle.
Well, a lot of us don't get it. It would seem to be counterintuitive for NASA to not want to look for evidence of life. I mean, if they found it, it would seem to be there'd be a call for greater investment in NASA. Let's get up there and get some solid proof. But but it seems like every time you turn around, they don't want to find it. Tell me the story about the destruction of evidence that you were working with.
Well, actually, George, the answer is I don't get it either. I find it really, really astonishing. Now, the destruction of evidence is not actually something that I was working with. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know about it at the time. What happened was in February of 2004, the NASA Opportunity rover was doing all of this wonderful work on the surface of Mars, and it took a photograph of a very interesting structure on a rock on Mars, and it took that photograph on 17th of February 2004 at 11:30:35 Mars local solar time. And the problem was, in this picture you see 3 of the famous blueberries, but also you see a very, very unusual structure which has some pentagonal plates and comes up with segmented arms that are what are called bifurcated or branching. And that picture, when a paleontologist who knows about organisms called crinoids looks at it, as I do. I've got a large collection of crinoids. I've been collecting crinoids for many, many years. The instant that I saw the picture, I said, my God, they've got a photograph of a crinoid on Mars. Now, a crinoid is not like a cyanobacteria. A crinoid is a multicellular organism. They are similar to starfish. They're echinoderms. In fact, crinoids live on Earth today, and they have been on Earth for hundreds of millions of years, and paleontologists have studied them for literally centuries. And so they're a very well-known group of life forms on Earth and a very well-known group of fossils. Well, the shocking thing about all of this is not that this picture was taken and not that this wonderful structure was found, but that 3.5 hours after the photograph was taken, the rock abrasion tool was used to grind that structure to dust. And when I say that, you might think, well, this is an astonishing claim that cannot be supported, but if you actually go to the NASA website and you do a search for the proper frame numbers, you can find that one frame taken at 11:30:35 on Sol 24, February 17, 2004, shows the form that has the characteristics of a crinoid, and the next image taken on February 17, 2004, Sol 24, at 14:34:10 Mars local solar time, shows the 3 blueberries that surround it have been sectioned where they've been ground. The rounded surface are gone, and you're looking right at the center of the blueberries, and where the crinoid had been lying is nothing but a flat, smooth surface with that structure completely removed.
Well, that seems unbelievable. That if you had a fossil on Earth and it was curious and it looked really interesting, I don't think you'd do an experiment that destroyed it, would you?
No paleontologist that I know of or have ever met would consider doing such a thing. It's every time that you find an interesting fossil, and I've spent a great deal of time collecting fossils, you get very excited. If it's in a rock, you may want to spend many hours carefully chipping around the edges so that you can chip it out and bring it home and bring it back to the laboratory for detailed study. But no one would ever think, oh, give me a rock hammer, I want to bash that to bits to see what it looks like on the inside. No paleontologist would ever do this, and the fact that that structure was ground to dust is, to me, the most shocking thing I have encountered in my entire 46-year career at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
So give me the lowdown on NASA. Do they want to find it or not? You must have had conversations around the water cooler with colleagues there. Hey, what the heck is going on? Why would something like that happen? Do we really want to find evidence of ET life or not?
Well, as a matter of fact, I think the evidence is solid that there have been actually meetings where people were preparing for or to write their proposals to study Mars. And when NASA officials have said, if you're planning to submit a proposal to search for evidence of extant life on Mars, don't bother, your proposal will not be evaluated. That has happened. And so that clearly says that there, for some reason, is a significant and serious determination that at this point in time, officials within the agency were not really interested in searching for evidence of life on Mars. And what happened to this particular rock, I think, is to me is evidence that they not only do not want to search for it, they seem to be frightened about the possibility of finding it.
Wow. I don't get that. I don't understand it. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't get it either. I can't explain it to you. I wish I could. I wish I understood what was going on. But quite frankly, to me, it is totally bizarre and impossible to explain.
I want to ask this question a different way. The reaction you said to your paper among the general scientific community was not hostile. Is there hostility in the general scientific community to the search for extraterrestrial life? I mean, everyone says it's out there. It would be really a monumental discovery with the day we find conclusive evidence, but it seems like when the topic comes up, especially the more exotic aspects of it that we can talk about it a little bit, that there is pronounced hostility and a lack of interest in among scientists in looking at evidence about it.
George, I'm sorry. I didn't make myself clear. When I said the reaction to my paper was not hostile, I was talking about the scientific papers that I published in 1997,
okay,
and in 98 and 99 and 2000 and 2004 and 2007. None of those papers received any degree of hostility within NASA, within the agency. In fact, NASA sponsored the NATO Advanced Study Institute that I chaired with Academician Rozanov in Hanya, Crete, where papers that I did and others were published, peer-reviewed and published, and the book that was published is called Perspectives in Astrobiology, and it was funded by NATO and by NASA and supported by NASA. There was no hostility within the agency to this research during this early period. The hostility did occur in 2011, as you probably recall. I published a review paper in a journal called the Journal of Cosmology. To me, this was not an important paper. It was sort of an overall review of the research that I had been doing for almost a decade and a half at that point in time. In fact, most of the pictures of microfossils that I published, I had previously published elsewhere, and the reason I did that is I didn't want to prevent new evidence from being unavailable for publication in other scientific journals by putting it in a review paper.
Richard Hoover, I'm asking you to hold on for a moment. We're going to pick up that conversation on the other side. Richard Hoover, longtime NASA scientist, if you've just joined us, you missed him say this astonishing statement, that his impression is that the bosses of NASA, his former superiors, have an aversion, a weird and strange aversion to the search for evidence of extraterrestrial life on Mars. They've told the scientists like Hoover and others, if you've got an idea for how to search for evidence of life on Mars, forget it. We're not going to approve it. What the heck is going on there? Why would NASA do that? Why is that the prevailing attitude that we've seen so much evidence of in the space agency for so long? We'll get into that and more when we return here on Coast to Coast AM. Richard Hoover, before the break, you were telling us about reaction you received to a paper or a proposal that you had in 2011. Tell us, what was your proposition and what was the reaction?
Well, the paper that I'm talking about now is the paper on microfossils in carbonaceous meteorites that was published in the Journal of Cosmology. As I said, this was a review paper, but it contained a compilation of a large number of pieces of evidence. One of the things that you do in science is you look for pieces of evidence And after you get enough pieces of evidence, then this starts becoming not just evidence, but becoming the foundation for what we consider to be proof. So over a period of over a decade and a half, I had been very slowly and continuously studying a large number of different kinds of meteorites and finding which meteorites contain microfossils and which meteorites did not, and finding also that I could show that these microfossils that I was finding did not contain the element nitrogen. And that is crucial because every living thing on Earth contains nitrogen. But then after the organism dies, the nitrogen very, very slowly is converted back from amino acids and DNA and RNA molecules back into the nitrogen, dinitrogen molecule N2 and goes back into the atmosphere. That's a part of what we call the nitrogen cycle, and it's vital for all life on Earth and well understood by all scientists who study biology and biochemistry. So the absence of nitrogen in these fossils proved that they were actual ancient remains, that they could not have possibly been something that crawled in the meteorite after it landed on Earth 200 years ago or 50 years ago or 2 years ago. So this constitutes what I am convinced is proof of the existence of extraterrestrial life.
Yeah.
Well, when that compilation of array of evidence was published in the Journal of Cosmology, there was an immediate reaction. Well, one of the problems is it got picked up on Fox News and on the Drudge Report. And when it was announced on the Drudge Report and Fox News did a story about it, there are some people within the current administration that are not terribly fond of Fox News. Some people may have noticed that.
Yeah,
and,
to put it mildly, yeah.
And this caused a reaction. I was actually told by my superiors that there were people in the White House that were unhappy with my paper. I didn't know that there were people in the White House that paid attention to me. I was kind of shocked at that. I was never told who they were. But at any rate, my situation was I stand firmly on the evidence that I have published, and yet they criticized the journal. They criticized all sorts of things, but no one came out and said, look, the reason that these results are not right is because we can explain the absence of the nitrogen in the forms, or we can show conclusively that even though there are large numbers of different structures that have the precise characteristics of known genera and species of cyanobacteria, they're really not biological. They're really just fake artifacts that come about. Or we can show that Richard Hoover took his little tweezers and stuck those things in the meteorite and then took photographs of them, which would be, of course, scientific fraud, and that would be the most horrible thing that any scientist could ever do. I tell you, George, I didn't put those things there. They're really there, and anyone that wants to know, all they've got to do is get a piece of these meteorites, the Argalia meteorite, the Murchison meteorite, and so forth, break them open and put them in a scanning electron microscope and start observing the surfaces with someone, preferably by your side, that knows how to recognize cyanobacteria if you don't know how to recognize them yourself.
Tell me this, what is NASA going to do with you? They can't be happy that a guy of your stature with your credentials and experience is running around saying these things that they apparently don't want said.
Well, you see, I don't work for NASA.
Yeah.
I used to. But after I retired from NASA, I regained freedom of speech, which is a precious commodity. And I don't know what kind of attitude people have. My attitude is that scientists should be free to discuss their results and debate their results, and if other scientists want to provide alternate explanations for these observations, they should be free to do so. But other scientists haven't been discussing my results and dismissing them by saying, this is wrong because of such and such. The criticisms were made largely on the basis of, well, this journal is a bad journal, it's fringe science, and so forth, neglecting the fact that these results had been published for many, many years in a large number of different forums that had been presented in scientific meetings for a decade and a half and discussed openly and freely. So it is perhaps the problem was that it touched a nerve when it became widely publicized, because for almost a decade and a half, even though I was presenting my scientific research, many people were studiously trying to avoid and ignore the findings.
I have to imagine that there are others within NASA who are frustrated, and the assumption is that they're not allowed to speak their minds, they're not allowed to say things such as what you're declaring here without clearance from their bosses, and their bosses don't give it. I just wonder, have you had conversations with former colleagues about others within NASA who have reached the same conclusion as you, or even more exotic options, such as conversations with astronauts about things that they might have seen out there? Can you say?
As a matter of fact, there have been many conversations with astronauts about such things, as well as other scientists. As you may recall, a scientist published results about the study of arsenic a few years ago, and this was immediately pummeled by people trying to destroy not only her scientific results but her scientific reputation. The same thing happened to David McKay. After David McKay's paper were published on microfossils in the Mars meteorite, then there became a drumbeat of no, this is all wrong. And as you probably know, if you ask the general public right now, they will tell you, yes, those findings about microfossils on Mars that were reported in 1996, that was all simply an error, a big mistake on the part of David McKay and his team.
Right.
But I can tell you for an absolute fact, if you talk, unfortunately David McKay is dead now, but if you talk with Everett Gibson or Kathy Thomas Caperta or other members of the original team, you will find that they are still absolutely convinced that they found evidence of life, ancient life on Mars, and I am convinced that they found evidence of ancient life on Mars in their research on the Allen Hills meteorite. So, in spite of that fact, the general public now thinks that was a big mistake, and it has all been washed away, and we're happy and comfortable because extraterrestrial life doesn't exist. After my paper was published in 2011, there were some officials at NASA headquarters that actually said, we know this can't be right because we know extraterrestrial life does not exist.
Wow.
And when I heard that, I said, gee, that's an interesting degree of knowledge. That means you essentially have omniscience, because in order to say that you know extraterrestrial life doesn't exist, you're saying that you know that every other planet, every other comet, every other moon, every other body, not only within our own solar system, not only within our own galaxy, but within every galaxy within the universe, is completely sterile, in spite of the fact that our own little tiny blue dot is teeming with life everywhere you look.
It's astonishing. And it's as if they and others are saying it can't be true, extraterrestrial life cannot be true because we don't want it to be true.
I think that's the problem.
That's ridiculous. Tell me this. It sounded like you made a slight reference to conversations you have had with astronauts, and I don't know if that information was told to you in confidence. If so, maybe you can't share it, but it sounded like you're suggesting that maybe some astronauts you had talked to had seen something.
Well, in fact, a number of astronauts have seen things and actually photographed things during space missions. During the Skylab mission, there were some interesting red lights that were photographed out the wardroom window by astronaut Owen Garriott. But after this happened, I had an opportunity to go to Antarctica with Owen, who I have a great deal of admiration and respect for, and I brought this subject up to Owen while we were in South Patagonia, and it was very clear from his reaction that he did not want to discuss the subject of the photographs that he took out the wardroom window during the Skylab mission. Now, I have never been told by anyone that this was classified and that I shouldn't discuss it, but I was sitting in Mission Control, working at Mission Control during the Skylab mission, and I heard over the open loops the discussion between the capsule communicator, the Capcom, and Owen when he was taking these photographs. And even though people at NASA Johnson Space Center later, the director of the NASA JSC Photo Lab, a gentleman by the name of Noah Lamar, told me that the pictures didn't come out, I know for a fact that they did, because they were subsequently, at least two of them, were subsequently published in a book by Robert Emenegger. So those pictures of the red lights that Owen Garriott photographed did come out. They have never been explained. They, at least publicly, maybe someone knows what they are, and maybe for classification reasons they don't want to discuss it. But the pictures do exist. I know some people have been trying to get more information about it through the Freedom of Information Act. I'm not someone who does litigation or anything like that. I know what I know. I know that these red lights were photographed. I know that they were sort of dismissed by some reports that were written subsequently, but there is strong evidence that the pictures do exist. They were published in this little book by Emenegger, in spite of the fact that a number of people within NASA have said no such photographs exist.
Oh, boy. Tell me this. You recently appeared at the International UFO Congress in Arizona and gave a presentation about some of the research you've done. Obviously, I can't imagine you would willingly embrace all of the kinds of stuff that is discussed at those kind of gatherings. But are you comfortable? Obviously, you were there, so you must be comfortable to some extent appearing in that kind of a forum.
Well, I don't know anything about UFOs. In fact, I was kind of surprised when they called and asked for me to attend. I told them that I study little blue-green algae, not little green men, and they were very, very insistent because they felt that evidence for the existence of even microscopic extraterrestrial life would be of interest to the people that attend. Well, as I said, I'm no longer a government employee, so I decided, well, even though there may be people talking about things at this meeting that are highly controversial, I'm not afraid of controversy, and so I felt that there would be people there that would be interested in what I had to say. And in fact, the audience was wonderful. They were very receptive. They seemed to enjoy my presentation, although my talk was strictly about scientific matters relating to the observations that I have made. And that's the forum that I like to present things in terms of what I know and what I have seen. I don't like to speculate. For example, I mentioned these red lights that were photographed by astronaut Garriott. I know he took the photographs. I have no idea what they were of. But the point is, now that I am no longer a government employee, I'm free to speak my mind and to say what I know and what I think. And at this point in time, no one has told me to not talk. So
really, you never had a call from a former colleague? Hey, Richard, I'm your buddy. I'm still at NASA here. You really should knock it off about this stuff. You're going to get yourself in trouble, or you're going to cross a line. Nobody's ever called to say that or offer friendly advice?
Nope, nobody has ever called to say that, because I think they know that I'm kind of old and crotchety. I'm 71 years old now. I've seen a lot. I've had the wonderful experience of being in a National Aeronautics and Space Administration that was the pride of our nation. When I started working at NASA, my first center director was Wernher von Braun.
Wow.
We were just finishing the Mercury program. We were in the midst of Gemini, and at my center, at the Marshall Space Flight Center, they were designing and building the great moon rockets. And back in the late 60s, we knew how to build rockets. We knew how to launch rockets and go and explore the moon and send vehicles to explore the outer planets of the solar system. We knew how to do things, and we did things. And to be a part of that team was the greatest joy of my life, and has left me with memories that are precious treasures. But I have to tell you, I'm not the only one. You can talk to many astronauts, and they will tell you that they are tremendously saddened at the way in which the space agency has declined. We look now at an agency where we have our own space station, and we have to rely on the Russians to deliver our astronauts to our space station, because we don't have the capability of sending astronauts into space right now.
It's astonishing.
It's astonishing. It's tremendously saddening to think that if Wernher von Braun had been allowed to do what he wanted to do, we would have launched astronauts to the planet Mars by sometime in the mid-1980s. But after the moon landing, von Braun was sent from the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center to a desk job in headquarters that he didn't want to do. He wanted to remain at Marshall and build big rockets. That was what he knew how to do, was building rockets. But instead, he was sent to headquarters, and then he went to Fairchild, and only a few years after the first moon landing, less than a decade later, Wernher von Braun died. And the Peenemünde team that had been brought to America and headed up our space program was largely dispersed from the Marshall Space Flight Center, and our knowledge and ability to build rockets and explore space started on a spiral downward, where we are continuing to spiral.
Yeah, it's immense. It's incredibly disillusioning to people who work with and for NASA, what's become of the space program. It's just like they spend $17 billion a year. It's just like a job protection program. We're continuing our conversation with Richard Hoover. We'll open up the phone lines when we come back with your questions. Stay with us. Much more to come on Coast to Coast. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll be joined by Bob Spitz to talk about his massive and magnificent biography, The Beatles. But in the next segment, we'll open up the phone lines with your questions and comments for my guest, longtime NASA scientist Richard Hoover. Stay with us. Much more to come here on Coast to Coast AM. I'll tell you what, Richard Hoover, we've never met before, but I'm thoroughly enjoying our conversation. And I got to say, I applaud your candor and your courage in standing up and speaking the truth, even though your former employer, the guys at NASA, cannot be happy about it. And I'm glad that we've given you this forum. I hope more people will hear what you have to say. If they want to read your stuff, where do they go?
Well, actually, George, I don't have a website, but if they want to read my stuff, all they've got to do is do a Google search for Richard Hoover, or Richard Hoover and NASA, Richard Hoover and meteorites. Any of those will bring them to links that provide the information that I've given. The infamous paper of 2011 that caused such a tremendous stir. In fact, it's still being extensively downloaded from the Panspermia website that my friend and colleague Brig Pleiss maintains, which is at panspermia.org. That paper is available on his website. He told me that it's still being downloaded at a rate of about 200 copies a day. So there are a lot of people interested in my research. That particular paper shows lots of photographs of the microfossils in the carbonaceous meteorites, and it also provides the evidence that these cannot be considered modern biological contaminants based on a wide variety of different rationales. Not only the nitrogen data that I provide, but also the fact that these meteorites have been studied extensively by a large number of other scientists and researchers, and they've been shown to contain amino acids, which are critical to life. They contain over 70 amino acids for the Murchison meteorite, but of the life-critical protein amino acids, only 8 are found, and there are 20 that are necessary for all living things. 12 are missing, but the same 12 that are missing you also don't find when you study dinosaur bones, even though we have strong reason to believe that at one point in time dinosaurs were really living animals, and that they had all 20 protein amino acids as present in all living things on Earth. So the same kind of amino acids that are missing from the dinosaur bones are missing from the fossils I find in the carbonaceous meteorites, and that provide also, if these meteorites were contaminated by modern bacteria, you would absolutely have to find all 20 of these protein amino acids, and you would absolutely have to find DNA and RNA, which has never been found in the meteorites.
I'm convinced. I hope you will carve out the time to maybe put this into a book, because I think it would be well received. And, I just got to believe that the guys at NASA aren't happy with you speaking out and putting this paper out. But you know what? As you said, you don't work for NASA, and neither do we. So I encourage people to read your paper and to check out the evidence for themselves. We're going to open up the phone lines to see what's on the minds of our listeners. Go to east of the Rockies. Michael in Virginia Beach. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. You're absolutely right. Richard Hoover is a very, very brave man. In a second here, I'm going to give you evidence that will shock you as to just how brave he is, far braver than you've even considered here tonight, and probably most of your audience has ever considered. But when you talk about his bravery, I would urge you to think about the bravery of Art Bell at a point like this, on a subject this important. Believe me, a dead rock group would lose an hour devoted to them so that we could spend an extra hour with Richard Hoover, who is on the verge of changing American history. Now, George Norrie, brave man that he is...
Hey, Michael, do you have a question for Richard? Do you have a question for Richard, our guest, who is here on the program tonight?
Well, question? I have more than a question. I just told you I'm going to show you the evidence.
Well, how about getting to it? We've got about 17 minutes. We've got other people on the line. If you'd like to get to it, let's get to it.
How can either of you say you can't figure out why they would deliberately destroy evidence of life when you know they've destroyed microbiologists who came out and said we can no longer support the atheistic Darwinian evolutionary theory based on what we know about DNA and RNA evidence now? It could not have evolved in the 13 billion year time period that we give to the existence of this universe. It couldn't have evolved 1,000 times longer than that, because it consists of irreducibly complex technology.
Okay, let's get a comment from Richard Hoover about that.
Well, very interesting comments. One of the things that I have to say is we find on Earth in the ancient fossil record that as soon as the planet Earth had water, there is evidence that life existed on Earth. I think that this can be interpreted as saying that either it's very easy for life to form if it formed on Earth indigenously, or it was delivered here from somewhere else, which is the hypothesis of panspermia. And back in the 1950s, we thought that there was such a thing as a simple cell. Everybody thought bacteria were just sort of a little membrane with a little bit of liquid and some genes floating around in them, and there was not much to a bacteria. It was called primitive life or simple cells. We now know that's a preposterous notion. We now know that every living thing on Earth is incredibly complex with these magnificent machinery of DNA and RNA and all of the wonderful proteins and enzymes that make life different from all abiotic things. So I believe with the caller that it has taken a great deal longer for life to have evolved into the forms that we know even as bacteria, then what would have been possible for life to have appeared 3.5 billion years ago, as we know it was present on Earth at that point in time. So my opinion is that it probably took a longer period of time for the development of cellular life, and that suggests that development probably happened somewhere other than the planet Earth and was delivered here by comets and meteorites in the ancient history of our planet.
Michael, thank you for the call. We're going to Bill in West Hartford, Connecticut on the wildcard line. Hi, Bill. What's on your mind?
Yes, hi, George. Hi, Doctor. Hi. I'm an amateur astronomer, and I know space science and astrobiology to a T. Let me get right to it. I have three great, quick questions. I'll ask all three together and listen to your answer.
Okay.
Number one is on ExoMars, the European Space Agency mission in just 4 years, 2018, to look for life on Mars underneath the soil. Number two is on the Indian Mars orbiter mission that will orbit Mars September this year to look for methane, a biomarker of life on Mars. And question number three is what Richard C. Hoagland said specifically regarding what you mentioned earlier, Gil Levin's label release experiment on Viking. So question number one on ExoMars, if it lands successfully in 2018, it will drill more than 6 feet underneath the ground. My question specifically is on question number one, if it finds life, since it's not NASA, hello?
Yes, we're here.
Since it's not NASA, it's ESA, the European Space Agency. Will they make the findings public? Question number two on Mars orbiter mission. Do you think India's MOM Mars orbiter mission will find the correct biomarker, the biologically produced methane on Mars? Question number three, Richard C. Hoagland said that on the label release experiment on Viking, the gases that were released in the label release experiment were compatible with the day-night cycle of Mars, the orbital little more than 24 hours of Mars, which even more so indicates it's biologically produced. Could you comment on all three questions?
Good stuff there, Bill. Thank you for the call.
Excellent. Wonderful questions. First, with regard to ESA, yes, I do believe that ESA has the capability of finding evidence for life on Mars, and I also think that the Russians have the capability of finding evidence for life. In fact, they had a wonderful mission called Phobos that unfortunately didn't make it all the way to the Mars moon Phobos, but the plan was to take samples of Phobos and bring them back to Earth. So I think if life is found on Mars by any of the other nations, that those announcements will be made and they will be public. And it's a sad thing that our own space program is not pursuing a tack to actually search for active evidence of metabolically active living organisms on the surface of the planet Mars today. The second part related, let me go to the third part related to Gil Levin's experiment, the label release experiment on Mars back during Viking. I know Gil very, very well. He's been my friend and colleague for many, many decades now, and Gil obtained solid evidence for the existence of biologically active microorganisms on the surface of Mars during the Viking mission. And you're right, the circadian rhythms that have been studied are precisely what one would expect with regard to the day-night cycle if these were biological organisms that were engaging in circadian rhythms. So there is a wide variety of lines of evidence that Gil's results showed the evidence of existing biologically active living organisms on the surface of the planet Mars today. And I apologize. I think I've missed what the second part of the
second question was about the India space probe that's going to be drilling into the surface of Mars, I guess.
Yes. The ideal place to look for life on Mars is in the polar ice caps in the glacier or immediately under the surface. Under the surface of the Mars regolith, there will be. We know that there is water ice, there is permafrost. And we also know that between the grains of sand and the grains of ice in permafrost, you will have thin films of liquid water, even at temperatures as low as 40 degrees below zero. And these thin films of liquid water are there because of what is known as the boundary conditions, the property of the physics of ice and grains. So within these thin films of liquid water, and they can be as much as a half micron to a micron thick, if you have a micron thick film of liquid water, a microorganism that's two-thirds of a micron in diameter, which many, many bacteria on Earth are, would look at that not as a thin film of water, but as an ocean, because it could go everywhere. And so we know that there are all sorts of organisms that live in thin films of liquid water in sandstones in the dry valleys of Antarctica. They're known as the cryptoendolithic microorganisms. And so those are the kind of ideal places to search for life on Mars, because you will have liquid water immediately beneath the surface in these thin films. And you need water. You don't need oceans. It can be tiny, thin films and very, very small regimes of liquid water in order for the living organisms to carry out their metabolic activity and be quite happy with their environment.
You'd have to guess that evidence of life on Mars or elsewhere will have to come from someone other than NASA, because NASA has shown no inclination to allow such evidence out, or to, when it comes out, they do everything they can to poo-poo it, don't they?
Well, actually, Gil and I were planning to submit a new experiment called a chiral labor release experiment, and when Gil carried his proposal to headquarters, it was immediately returned to him unopened, and he was told that NASA was not interested in pursuing life detection experiments at that time. This can be verified if you want to contact Gil and ask him. He'll tell you the same thing.
Let's try to get one more caller in. Our first-time caller, Jim in Milwaukee. Hi, Jim. You're on with Richard Hoover.
Well, hi there. I had heard many years ago that NASA was always going to tread lightly with this question because they were very aware that roughly 30% of Americans believe that life formed on Earth and only on Earth, and that if this were true, they would certainly upset that 30%. And they weren't going to do that till the evidence was incredibly strong. I don't know if it was just to keep controversy down or to avoid a funding problem. Have you ever heard of this before?
Well, actually, I think it may be even higher than 30%. And the reason they believe that is because that's what they were taught in school. I was taught that. Everyone that I know of was taught that life originated on Earth. And in fact, the alternate hypothesis that life originated somewhere else, known as Panspermia, has been widely dismissed and ridiculed as being absolutely impossible. So I think the answer is very clear. Large numbers of people do believe that life originated on Earth, but there is no scientific evidence to support that conclusion. It's just as possible that life originated somewhere else and was delivered to the early Earth by comets and meteorites.
Thank you, Jim, for that. We have just a minute or so left, Richard Hoover. Do you think people would be upset if they had the news? Because I don't think so. I don't think people would freak out if they got the news that there is extraterrestrial life, that life on Earth perhaps came from somewhere else. Do you?
I don't think people would freak out about that. And in fact, I've been told that this is a big theological problem. Several years ago, when I was president of SPIE, I had the opportunity to go to a wonderful place in Russia called Sergei Posad Monastery, and while there I met the prelate of the Russian Orthodox Church, and while sitting with him at a banquet, he asked me what I did, and I talked about astrobiology, and I spent my first 5 minutes talking about the study of extremophile microorganisms, and then I thought I'll never again get a chance like this, so I finally screwed up my courage, and I said, tell me, what is the official position of the Russian Orthodox Church with regard to the possibility of extraterrestrial life? And he looked at me and he said, well, there are no limits on where God can create life. As simple as that. He showed that if you find life on Mars, it's not going to be a problem for the Russian Orthodox Church. And I think that many theologians in America and across the world would have exactly the same reaction. So and in fact, I think that applies to the vast majority of the citizens of this country. I think they would be excited and delighted to find that we are not alone.
I think you're absolutely right, Richard Hoover. Now we just got to convince NASA of the same thing. I want to thank you for joining us, and I wish you continued success in your research. I hope you'll come back and see us again.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That was Richard Hoover, astrobiologist and longtime NASA scientist, talking about the search for evidence of extraterrestrial life in space. We shift gears now.
What is our fascination with the red planet, Mars? In a moment, we'll talk with Sir Charles Schultz III about Mars on Coast to Coast AM. Regular guest here at Coast to Coast, Sir Charles Schultz worked at Martin Marietta Aerospace for 10 years on weapon systems, computer-based automated test equipment as well. He wrote the nuclear EMP test software for the Pershing II missile system, worked on the Patriot, the Copperhead tank killer, and the advanced attack helicopter systems. Charles has performed research under grant on nuclear fusion, was knighted, and received a long-term grant for his present research in robotics and artificial intelligence. He has written many technical publications and magazine articles on space, astronomy, the atmosphere, and space resource development. And here he is back on Coast to Coast. Sir Charles, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing very well, George. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Oh, my pleasure. You bring us interesting things to think about, Sir Charles. You really do. What have you been doing lately?
Well, a lot of my research in the last couple of years has been in green energy and solar power and purification of water. And, of course, everybody has to make a little bread and butter. But, of course, the interest in Mars never waned, and I've finished my book on the subject, The Fossil Hunter's Guide to Mars, and I'll go over some of that information as well.
Perfect. When you started looking at some of the anomalies on Mars, what did you look at it with just the computer, and then you blew it up? What gave you the perspective that you had?
Well, a lot of it comes from studying Mars for many years in the past. I think that everybody who knows anything about the solar system has a great interest in the planets, their geology and atmospheres, and how they're the same as our world and how different they are. And so a lot of the background information came from years of previous study. When the information came back, everything that you could download from the Internet was fair game. And, of course, using the computer allows you to download the information and study it in depth. And, of course, there are limits to the resolution of the images, so it's good to have many images and many sources of information to deal with.
There's been a picture floating around the Internet over the last couple weeks about Mars. It looks like a log or a piece of wood. Have you seen that one?
Yes, I have. In fact, that comes from very early on in the mission, around Sol 110 to 120, opportunity in the area of Endurance Crater. And in fact, it isn't a log at all. It's the edge of one of those sedimentary slabs. As anybody that looks at the images for any period of time knows, those are all sedimentary rock laid down underwater.
Okay. What do we find so fascinating with Mars? I mean, I even know, Charles, that when I was a youngster, I was just obsessed with that planet. More so Venus more so Saturn, even though Saturn looked great through a telescope. It was Mars that captured my imagination. How come?
Well, it's because Mars is so very much like the Earth. When we look around our solar system, most of the planets are either very, very cold, have thick atmospheres, crushing atmospheres, or they're very hot. And Mars is right in that moderate zone where it's quite likely, as people looked at it, they realized that it could support something that's alive. So it's a place that you can go, and it's a place that you can see, a place that you literally can touch with your mind right now, and very shortly, hopefully, with human astronauts.
Yeah, eventually. I would hope sooner than later. I don't know how many years it's going to take. What do you think?
Well, I'm hearing these figures of 20 to 30 years, and I think that's terribly pessimistic. I believe that if we were to turn this over to the commercial sector, we could get this done in about 10 to 15.
I think you're right. And you know what concerns me, too, is that if we sit on our duff too long, I think another country will attempt to do this.
Well, they're certainly making moves on the moon right now. India, China, and Russia have all expressed great interest in the moon, and both China and Russia are going to be mining it for helium-3 in the very near future.
Well, that's because they're getting smart about alternative energy sources, aren't they?
Absolutely, and there's plenty of energy out there free for the taking. We just need to get up and do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you been watching, by the way, what's been going on with the automobile industry in Congress?
Well, have, and it's a little bit discouraging because there are so many other things we could be doing. And I must admit, gasoline is king. It's very hard to displace because you can put an awful lot of energy in a tank of gas. But there are alternatives, and they are being explored and expanded upon right now.
We got to get you back for an energy show in the future.
I'll certainly be glad to.
Now, when I look at Mars, I look at what Earth could end up like. When I look at Earth, I look at what I think Mars used to be. What do you think?
Well, I agree with you absolutely, because over time, atmosphere and ocean get lost. You know, planets don't have infinite attraction, and the erosion from solar wind and loss from gravity means your air is going away, and your oceans are going away. And Mars, being a very small world, just doesn't have enough mass to hold on to its atmosphere and its air. But it also has another problem, and that is it doesn't have a lot of volcanic activity. And on Earth, that's what replaces our oceans and our atmospheres. So on Mars, those things aren't working very well, and they have a very small core, and their air has been lost. But there is another factor involved, and that is the oceans didn't completely vanish on Mars. They actually are still present, but in the form of glaciers in many areas, just under less than an inch of soil, just a centimeter or so of soil.
In terms of the equipment that we have on Mars, I think they've been doing just a phenomenal job, Sir Charles, getting us some data and getting us great pictures. You got to congratulate the folks that have worked on that, huh?
Oh, no doubt. You know, it took a huge amount of effort to create hardware as durable and reliable as those rovers. They were originally spec'd to only last 90 days, and they've been pushing 5 years now.
You know, the similarities between Earth and Mars, if it would only have held its atmosphere, if it could have kept its water the way we have ours, it probably could have fostered life. We'll get into that with you a little bit later on, and then later on tonight, Richard C. Hoagland will join us for a bit to chat with you, too. I want to just see the two titans of Mars chat about this thing, this incredible planet. But what do you think happened to Mars, assuming it had these oceans, it had an atmosphere? Whether it had life or not, we'll get into that. But what do you think happened to the planet? Why did it all dissipate or sink into the ground?
Well, of course, the number one issue is it's a very small world, and it doesn't have a great deal of gravity. There's only about 38% as much gravitational pull on its surface, so it can't hold on to its atmosphere. It's constantly leaking off into space, like an airbag with a puncture in it. And over the course of time, as the atmosphere gets thinner, the boiling point of water goes down, and it's harder to keep water in a liquid form. But one of the biggest contributors to its loss, other than its small size, is that Mars does not have a large moon, as the Earth does. Now, if you've ever watched a top spin, it begins to wobble as it spins down. Well, planets wobble as well on their axis.
Sure.
And for our world, we have a moon, a very large, massive moon, that keeps our axis more or less stable. It dampens out those vibrations or oscillations. Mars, unfortunately, doesn't have a massive moon, and so as a result, its axis tumbles a lot, and its seasons can vary wildly in the space of 50,000 years.
Do you think that when Mars formed, and then when it got its ocean-type waters, it then almost immediately started losing them at the same time?
Oh, absolutely right. In fact, both of the planets, Earth and Mars, apparently had around 250 to 300 atmospheres of pressure when they were first formed and molten. So you can imagine how much air had to have been lost over the many billions of years in order for it to reach the present-day state that we see it in.
Is that happening to us now, too?
Well, yes, it is. It has been all along. In fact, if you look at the fossil record on Earth, you'll see many gigantic creatures such as 2-foot cockroaches and dragonflies and giant insects. And people wonder how in the world such things could possibly have existed. Well, the answer is very simple. We had nearly twice as much atmosphere back during the Permian era on our planet, and that air has been lost over the last 360, 400 million years.
You're still looking for new discoveries. Tell me how and why.
Well, all the time. You never stop looking once you've made a discovery. The most prominent method of doing the research is to download all the new images and continue to go over them. And if you can find 3 or 4 shots of the same place from a different angle or from different imagers, you can get much better resolution than a single monochrome image, the little black and white pictures you see. And the reason why is very simple. Once you recognize something like this, you know you're onto something of major importance, and it's something that people need to know about. It expresses a lot about our past, not just the past of Mars, but it also tells us one other thing. When we look around the universe in times to come and we begin exploring planets around other stars, we're going to find a lot of them are probably a lot more like Mars than like Earth. And so Mars gives us the key to understanding, perhaps, many of the worlds we're going to find in other solar systems in the future.
Now, of course, this recent discovery that there are glaciers on Mars, what's the significance of that?
Well, there are two significant factors, and one is they knew this many years ago, actually. But one of the most significant things is, with the addition of a little bit of heat, that water could return. But imagine this as well. Since we know that those glaciers are there, they had to be formed with huge ocean-sized bodies of water. So that's one of the very strong indicators that that water was in a liquid form not long ago. And if you look at the cratering, the amount of craters on a given area or surface of the planet,
right,
you can tell, you can date it, just like an archaeologist would date something. You can tell how long that water has been there. Well, the glacier field on the equator of Mars is less than 5 million years old. And that means that 5 million years ago, not 5 billion years ago, or 3 billion, which is the typical figure quoted by NASA, 5 million years ago or less, there had to be an ocean on the planet. And that's, just a drop in the bucket as far as the flow of time goes.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's nothing in the scheme of things. And then what created that dissipation? And you just think the loss of the atmosphere caused the water to evaporate?
Well, actually, it didn't all evaporate, of course, as you know, that it's there in the form of glaciers. But what has happened is the planet is in an ice age, and it's been a long-term ice. There's very little on Mars to keep its temperature up as we have on Earth. Now, Mars is a very dark planet. It absorbs about 85% of the sunlight falling on it. The Earth only absorbs about 62, 63% of the sunlight falling on it. We reflect a lot of heat back to space. But its changing climate over time and its loss of atmosphere has made it tougher to stay warm. And the only thing keeping the planet very warm now is that the greenhouse effect from its mostly carbon dioxide atmosphere is heating the planet about 20 degrees C warmer than it would otherwise be.
Take me through the stages of a glacier forming.
Well, in essence, the ocean, as the temperatures drop and icebergs form, they will eventually start covering the surface of that ocean, and it will drive out all the salt lower and lower in level. And eventually, as the ocean freezes solid and all of its organisms, if any, are present, and all of its salts and minerals are forced to the bottom layers of the ice, eventually you end up with a smooth, flat surface, and over time the wind sculpts and erodes it down until it's just about as flat as it can be. Now on Mars, there's a lot of orange rust-colored dust, and that dust and soil gets blown around the planet during the dust storms. Eventually that dust covers those glaciers, and you end up with huge fractured areas that have these cracks in them that are very characteristic and easy to recognize. So over the course of a couple of million years, you can freeze an ocean very easily, and you end up with these glacier fields. They get covered with dust, and then the meteors hit them, and we have an indicator of their age.
How high, how tall do you think these glaciers could be?
Well, some of them are actually estimated to be as much as a half a mile or more in thickness. There are some deposits of ice that we see in some craters that represent enough water to give everyone on Earth plenty. We would never run out on Mars if we were to go and just start warming up the soil and the glaciers that we find. But there's enough water, if you were to melt just the polar caps, to cover the planet in something like 15 to 30 meters, depending on whose estimates you listen to. So you could literally bring the planet's oceans back by warming it up right now.
One of the things that you and Richard have in common, you look for fossils. He has, through his enterprisemission.com for years, been looking for fossils on Mars. You do too. That tells me both of you are convinced that there was some kind of life on Mars.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind for a number of reasons, but the finding of these fossils and the odd artifacts in the picture that I submitted, for instance, and that I have on my website, are very key pieces of evidence. And many of these things are difficult for people to see, but many of them are also very obvious.
Do you think NASA knows if they're that obvious?
In my mind. There's no doubt at all. In fact, the issue has been brought to their attention, and they've visited my website many times. And the issue is very strange because many people in the past have they resort to something known as the Brookings Report to explain why NASA won't talk about alien life. And, of course, the Brookings Report is not very recent. It's been around for many ages. It basically was an assessment of society, and the basic statement was if we were to release information that alien life existed, it could cause religious repercussions that would, cause a great deal of problems in the world. The recent version of the Brookings Report the NASA Societal Report. And in this, they confront the same issue, and they come to the conclusion that they need to have a plan in place to handle the societal reaction to an announcement of the existence of alien life. But then they gloss over it quite a bit. And now realize in the Brookings Report, nobody recommended one way or the other what should be done. They didn't say the government should hide it. They simply said, we recommend basically that you be aware of the reactions that could exist.
Right.
In the Societal Report, which was just produced in 1999, they actually went so far as saying we need to put a plan in place and not really push this information until we know how to handle it and how people are going to handle it. Personally, I don't feel there's going to be any real repercussion because most people are reasonable enough to know that facts are what counts, not belief.
But what are we talking about, though, Charles? Because I thought when the Brookings came out in '60 that talked about, alien life, I think their assumption was E.T. type life. I mean, little grays or something like that. And that's what I think they felt people could not handle. Do you think that's what they had in mind, or are we talking about little microbes?
Well, in a word, they were thinking about big walking around talking technological aliens back in the Brookings Report. That was the implied finding. And nobody really discussed whether or not finding microbes or worms or seashells would be anything of a big issue. However, when we really get down to the issue, any living organism that's not on the Earth is an alien organism if it's not sharing our genetic code or our origins. And people aren't going to be so upset about it. But the long-term implications are what is important. Because if we find that a rather inhospitable place such as Mars had a rich biosphere with all these fossils left afterwards, then what can we say about other worlds? People don't survive a meeting very easily with a more technically advanced civilization. And by definition, since we don't have the ability to go to the stars just now, if we meet intelligent aliens, they must have the ability to get here from a very great distance, and that implies a high technological level of development.
I think so, too. And you see, I think people have been so desensitized now. Programs like this, Charles, movies, exposure everywhere. I think most people expect E.T. life to exist.
Well, absolutely. I think I have to agree with you on that, because half of every movie we see, half of every fiction we hear, is based on the assumption that there's somebody out there.
Tell me about the fossils that you believe existed on Mars.
Well, basically, they're marine remains. And when you think about it, simple organisms live in our oceans that are pretty universal, such as sea urchins and clams and very, very simple things. And if you have an ocean on any planet, you would expect similar forms to evolve. And the discovery I made was actually quite by accident, but I find that earlier researchers also found what appeared to be evidence of marine fossils in the past. Now, what I have found is basically the remains of organisms that look like sea urchins. We found some shark's teeth. We find seashells. But everything, again, is of a marine nature. And on Mars, the air was very thin. The oceans would function as a surrogate atmosphere so that anything in the ocean could get dissolved gases and would have enough protection from the ultraviolet and the environment around them. So it's just basically marine fossils, nothing exciting to most people who are looking for aliens.
Do you think Mars at one time, though, was a lush planet? It had trees and shrubs and grass and everything like that?
Well, any biosystem has to have the ability to gather basic energy. So you have to have plants, you have to have diatoms, you have to have bacteria. These forms would be present in any biosphere if you're supporting animal organisms, and by all accounts that I can see, they were supporting animal life. As to how lush the planet is, that's debatable. We really don't have enough information at this point because we haven't explored a lot of the areas in great detail. And imagine what a planet looks like when you remove most of its atmosphere and all of its surface water for any significant period of time, such as 5 or 10 million years. It's going to destroy a lot of signs that would have been left behind otherwise. Just imagine the Earth being done in that manner, and imagine what you'd find on the surface. Not much.
The deserts in Africa, the deserts in the Middle East, they were lush at one time, and they look Mars-like now.
Well, absolutely right, and that's one of the points. If you remove surface water, though, even though the surface becomes very much like a desert, you still have artesian springs, you have glaciers, you have wells from underground, and you have a water table. And those things don't go away very easily, and they're still present on Mars as well, in my estimation.
All right, well, stay with us, Sir Charles Schultz. His website, xenotechresearch.com, all linked up at coasttocoastam.com. I'm George Norrie. We'll be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. With our special guest tonight, Sir Charles Schultz, will be joined later by Richard C. Hoagland, and Sir Charles then will be with us for phone calls in the final hour. Have you subscribed yet to the After Dark magazine? Well, if not, do so, or when you renew, you'll get 2 CDs, Art Bell interviews with the late Father Malachi Martin, when you call 1-888-727-5505 or go online at coast2coastam.com. And back with Sir Charles Schultz. Sir Charles, do you think there's anything alive on the planet today?
Well, I don't doubt that at the very least there will be bacterial and fungal organisms still alive, and I think that was indicated by the Viking results back in 1976 when they did the labeled release experiment. They found what clearly looked like biology in the soil at that time.
Well, but anything more significant, do you think? I mean, little worms in the ground or anything?
Well, it's very much possible. Imagine every time we look at the most extreme environments on our planet, we seem to find unknown organisms by the dozens. So, in my estimation, yes, there's got to be more than just bacteria. And also consider that many things on our Earth, such as brine shrimp or water bears or other organisms, can go into hibernation literally for a century or more, and then with the addition of water, they come right back to life as if nothing happened. So I would not be very surprised to discover that there were many things living on the surface, and with the addition of a little water and heat, they would come back.
Brine shrimp, I think that's what we had as kids. You'd buy these little packs, right? And you'd dump them in the water, and they'd come alive.
You drop a little dust-looking material, it's really their eggs and some water, and within a couple of hours, you've got brine shrimp swimming around. So imagine if the organisms on Mars had the same sort of adaptation. They could be in hibernation for centuries, and then as soon as the little water comes back, it wouldn't take but 1 out of 1,000,000 of them to survive a couple of centuries of hibernation, and the species would be back in action again.
You know, I have always thought that the primordial soup is the same all throughout the universe, Sir Charles. You know, it's just a matter of conditions on a planet. You know, is it warm enough? Does it have enough water? But I think the soup is the same. It's everywhere. So Mars has got to have, or at least had, some kind of life. And I think other planets probably do too. You know, Europa might have had it. Maybe still does.
Good point. You know, the same chemicals exist all throughout the universe, and the laws of chemistry and physics are universal. So anywhere that you've got a little ultraviolet light or a little lightning, and you have carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and those are everywhere, you're going to find the primordial soup. It forms automatically. And the material actually has a name. It's called tholin, Tholin. And it's very easy to produce. And in fact, I've got to mention the book on how to make your own tholin if you'd like to try it out.
Please, go ahead.
Well, basically, all you need is a source of water, some ammonia, some carbon of some sort, such as methane, and a lightning discharge, or a neon transformer, for instance. And I go through the steps on how to do it. Very simple. You seal up a container, you put the materials in, and you run the electric current. And when this was done originally, it was called the Urey-Miller experiment. And what they found was it generated amino acids, it generated sugars, alcohols, and a lot of other biological materials from non-biological or abiotic materials. And anybody can do it, really. It's very simple.
What about other anomalies that might be on the planet?
Well, I've got a page I sent to you that has a picture, and it shows a number of objects that certainly are more than rocks. One of the things that stands out to people is geometric shapes. And we've got one object that is a perfect pentagon with a hole in the center, and it's hollow. That's a little hard to explain from a rock standpoint. Another one looks like a curled object, very hard to describe unless you see the image. But there are many objects shaped like a rind. Imagine taking a seed pod and pulling the rind off of it, right, or cutting an avocado in sections and pulling the seed out of the middle. Well, these things are all over the planet, and I found a couple of dozen of them after going through the images. And it appears that what these are the segments of something known as a blastoid. We had an organism that lived in our seas many years ago. They're now extinct, but they're related to sea lilies or crinoids. And these organisms left their remains apparently all over the planet. And I've got a number of those pictured, some in color, some in stereo, on the site, and even an animation on YouTube that some people can find. But it doesn't surprise me that these things have been passed up by the rovers, because the imaging teams, when testing the hardware, drove the rovers through the petrified forest and were unable to recognize petrified wood with it. Not only that, the Viking teams, when they were testing their imagers, had an incident where a fellow placed a trilobite fossil in the field, and when the imager ran over the trilobite fossil and produced the picture, people talked themselves out of believing what they saw. And when they did a news press conference, because they even practiced those when they were getting ready for the mission, somebody jokingly said, well, it looks like we found life on Mars, and they became very upset about that. So there appears to be an internal bias against finding life within NASA and the Jet Propulsion Lab, and it's very odd, because these are the people we're counting on to make these discoveries for us, and it appears they failed miserably.
Well, how long do you think some of these anomalies have been on the planet?
It could be 10 years, could be 10,000 years. It's very hard to say, because in the course of events, fossils will erode out of a rock, drop to the surface perhaps, and lay there on the surface until somebody comes along and finds it. And in some cases, if you just turn the dirt over with a shovel, you can find things very easily as well. And we really don't have that option with the existing rovers, because they don't have shovels or grabbers or manipulators of any sort. So it's only by the greatest chance, if you run over a slab of rock and it tips and it brings something up to the surface, that you'll spot some of these items. But many of them are in beautiful shape. Some of them have wonderful patterns on them that are easy to see.
What about these so-called glass tubes that are on the planet?
You know, I had a look at those, and I've discovered exactly what those are. And again, this is my opinion, but looking at the photos and working with a device called a Kunst tube, I've discovered a very easy explanation for these. There used to be an exhibit in many of the science centers or museums that had a long plastic tube that was clear, and they would put sand or styrofoam beads inside the tube, and they'd have a speaker at one end. And when you turn the speaker on, you run the frequency up and down, and it creates little bars all the way down the tube, little mounds of the sand or the styrofoam. And the spacing of these mounds depends on the wavelength. Now imagine you have a long, narrow gully on Mars, and the wind is whipping down that gully, and it's resonating. We've all heard the wind whistle when it passes through a certain portion of a building or past a certain canyon. Imagine miles-long undisturbed canyons on Mars with the wind whistling through them, and that resonating, whistling wind creating standing sand dunes at regular intervals. And when you look at the pictures with that in mind, you can see that, yes, indeed, these are sand dunes.
So you and Richard will chat a little bit next hour, Sir Charles. Different views, similar views. It's going to be fascinating just to see your take on some of his things and his on yours. But, you know, he's a believer in the face on Mars. I don't think you are you?
No, actually, it appears to me that the cause of the face and the pyramid forms in that region is very simple. Again, we know that there are glaciers under the soil. If you end up with a crack in a glacier, it tends to create a long linear zone in it, or a line-shaped crack, as the water melts or evaporates away. And the soil deposited on top of that glacier will slide down the side like sand in an hourglass to the angle of repose, as it's called. Well, if you have blocks of ice under the soil eroding away, the soil is going to slide down on the sides and create slope sides all around it. And there's a very natural way of producing the shape of the face, the pyramids, and other forms that we see.
So you think the pyramids, those objects that look like pyramids, again, are natural formations?
I do believe they're natural formations caused by the existence of glaciers just under the soil.
What about the machine parts or gears?
You know, that's a very good one. And many of those were brought to my attention a while back when I was doing this research. Many of those odd items were very difficult to classify until I realized what I was looking at. Those strange geared or toothed wheels that we find are seashells. They have exact analogs on Earth that look very much like machine parts. If you see them from the wrong angle, you'd mistake it for a piece of a machine very easily. And, of course, that's another issue we address both on my website and in the book. We talk about all the different forms marine life has and how some of them can fool you into believing some very odd or strange things.
Okay, so this leads us up to intelligent life on Mars or not. Based on what you're saying, I don't think you will tell us that you believe that there had been intelligent life on that planet.
In my opinion, Anything native to Mars is probably not much smarter than a shark or a squid. I don't think that any intelligent life evolved on the planet, at least at this point, and I have to qualify it, I have not seen any evidence that convinces me anything smarter than a small animal would have ever been existing on the planet.
But you're open to the possibilities.
Oh, I'm open to possibilities. I know that there is intelligent life in the universe. There must be, when you consider that in our galaxy alone, there are over 400 billion stars. And so far, just about every star we've examined tends to show planets. So somewhere out in those hundreds of billions of worlds that we're going to find over the coming years, there has to be something alive and there has to be something intelligent.
Why hasn't NASA admitted to the possibility of the existence of this possible alien life?
Well, number one, they have to be very careful and very circumspect about what they do announce, because it's bad for an organization to look foolish. So I can understand a little reluctance to say things about life forms on another planet. But number two, imagine for a moment that they admitted that there was something intelligent out there and it wasn't necessarily friendly, it was an unknown. Well, it could cause a panic in some people's minds, and they wouldn't want to know that there is something out there that is more capable and perhaps more intelligent than we are. And a lot of people base a lot of what they believe on religious ideas.
Sure.
And
Absolutely.
so many of them will reject outright any thought that there could be something as intelligent as a person building machinery or doing anything like composing symphonies or making buildings. And, people have to stop and think. If you have aliens living on a planet that are intelligent like human beings, they're going to have the same needs and problems we have. They'll have farming and schools. They'll have factories. They'll have the same sorts of things that we do. So in an example that many of us have encountered in the past, historically, when a technically advanced civilization comes in contact with a lesser advanced civilization, the lesser advanced civilization almost always gets wiped out or suffers badly. And people don't want to see that happen.
But, the Vatican came out several months ago with a statement that the belief in extraterrestrial life does not hurt or negate the belief in a God or God, which I think was a pretty dramatic statement.
The Vatican seems a bit more progressive than NASA in that statement.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Who would have ever thought?
To me it sounds, and you know what? They've got their own observatories, and to me that they are far ahead in the search for extraterrestrial life than NASA is, or if NASA doesn't admit it, they may be doing something in some kind of black ops program somewhere. You never know.
Well, it's an issue that we all will have to confront eventually, and a lot of people don't like to confront the issues. It's easier for them to go through their workaday existence. But, we have found fossils, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people will be convinced when they see what's here. And it's just a matter of time, again. We're going to find living organisms, and eventually we're going to find intelligence.
Do you believe these fossils that are on Mars would also echo the same kind of creatures we've got on this planet?
Well, many people
out?
object to that, and I believe that they do, and here's why. Many times people have said, well, alien life would be entirely different from what we have on Earth. It would follow a completely different evolutionary path. But here's the error in that argument. Organisms are shaped by the jobs they have to do to survive. They're shaped by their environment. And as we know, chemistry and physics being the same, in many cases, nature's going to arrive at the same solutions. On the Earth, the eye evolved perhaps 11 or more times independently in different contexts, in different organisms. And that's something that happened again and again because of random mutations. And on the Earth, many organisms evolved as marsupials and as non-marsupial forms, and they look the same. So we have the equivalents of bears and tigers and dogs in the marsupial world, and they're not related at all to the bears and tigers and dogs we have that are not marsupials. So we're going to expect parallel or convergent evolution, and other worlds aren't exempt from this.
And I think that when you reach I'm not going to say the evolutionary end, because I'm just not sure about that. I'm a believer in a creator. But I believe that when you get to the point of pure intelligence, that you're going to have creatures that are going to be similar to us.
And that's very possible. Notice that all of the life on Earth follows a very small number of templates. Even the giraffe has the same number of neck bones that a human being does. So there are certain things that occur throughout nature that echo each other because we have common origins. If we look at other animals on other planets, they'll probably have very similar forms. Now, it's not to say we're not going to discover something very unusual or very different. I mean, look at the platypus. There's a weird animal for you.
Sure. But you know what? We're still finding these very different and weird and unusual creatures. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, down in the depths of the ocean, they found another couple hundred more little creatures that they never knew existed. So they're out there. I mean, this universe is full of strange things.
Well, if you want to see alien life, look in the oceans.
Right.
There's some very, very strange creatures down in our seas.
How would these microbial forms of life or this marine type of life, how would it exist on Mars today if it was able to survive?
Well, some of it may exist in caverns, and we have found caverns on Mars at this point. So some could be sheltered underground, and that wouldn't be too surprising. Some of it could be in alcoves, such as the apparent brine lakes that exist on Mars, and they found 5 or 6 of those. I've got a few pictures of those on my site. There are apparently lakes of brine on the surface, and many of them could live in there, and they could go through the same sort of a life cycle that the brine shrimp does. So we could have a number of organisms that are suspended in the ice, and of course, researchers have been able to revive bacteria that have stuck in salt crystals for over 200 million years. So the evidence is very good that under the proper conditions, fossilization isn't the only option for life. Sometimes it will dry out or desiccate and go into a state of natural hibernation.
What would these creatures eat on the planet if they were there now?
Well, in any world, you have to have some sort of food for anything to live. And that also takes us to a very interesting question. What would the first organism in the world eat?
That's right.
The organic soup itself, the tholin that's around, the primordial soup, is a food. So even on Mars, there are going to be materials in the soil that bacteria and fungus could eat, and then higher creatures will live off of them. You'll notice in nature there is a tendency for tiny, very numerous organisms to spread out and collect the energy and the minerals. And it's typically diatoms or algae or bacteria doing the primary digesting and collecting. And then other organisms that are larger will feed on them. They'll graze on them. And then there's a food chain, a pyramid that goes up, larger organisms with lesser numbers, eating the smaller ones that have gathered everything for them. And so we'll see the same sort of a system on any world.
That is fascinating. They do have to eat, so there's something there for them. And the big question is, how big did these creatures get? Were they whale-like, do you think?
Well, while that's possible, Mars probably didn't have a great deal of oxygen in its environment. We were going to have to look at how that limits the size of energetic organisms. I don't have any evidence of anything larger than 3 or 4 inches in length, call it 10 centimeters, in any of the things that I've looked at. But again, we've only looked at a very small area and a very restricted one at that.
A vast oxygenated planet, like Earth was during the dinosaur era, creates larger creatures, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly tends to. It all happens to hinge on how well an organism can survive by being small and fleet and nimble, or very large and carnivorous or herbivorous. So you end up with things like the Tyrannosaurus, which is basically the meat eater, or you end up with things like a Brontosaurus, which is basically a herbivore. He grazes on the plants. But yes, the size of an organism is going to be related to how effectively it can get around, how much oxygen it takes from its environment, and those sorts of factors. Now, one interesting piece of information that I've come across, and it seems nobody recognizes this, is this. Mars is the red planet because of rust, because of iron oxide. Well, what oxidized all that iron? There had to have been free oxygen, not just water, in its past, in order to make the planet rust red. And it happened on our planet billions of years ago. That's what formed the red iron deposits that we mine today.
That's a good point, Sir Charles. Good point indeed. Stay with us. Sir Charles Schultz with us for the entire program. Richard C. Hoagland joins us to share his views. We'll share their perspective together. And I'll sit back and we'll learn. We'll be back in a moment at Coast to Coast AM. Sure is, with our special guest tonight, Sir Charles Schultz III. And in a moment, Richard C. Hoagland joins us this hour as well on Coast to Coast AM. Okay, this should be a fascinating hour. Sir Charles Schultz III with us, along with now the head of the EnterpriseMission.com, Richard C. Hoagland. Hey, Richard, how are you?
I'm fine this evening.
There you are. Where are you?
Oh, on Mars.
That's right, clicking away. Sir Charles, have you two ever spoken together or met?
No, we haven't, actually. We've swapped information through second parties, intermediaries, but we've never met. Hello, Richard. How are you?
Charles, it's finally a pleasure.
Great. Richard, I wanted you on with us this hour to give us your perspective on things. Charles, of course, just a dialogue between two people who have studied Mars and have, in some cases, different views, in other cases, not. And, this is something I think our audience would find fascinating, enjoyable, and at the same time, will learn a little bit more. Richard, you heard the first hour with Sir Charles, and you've been studying Mars now for how long, Mr. C., Richard C.?
It seems like forever. It's been almost 30 years. I mean, I was part of the original CBS coverage of Viking when it landed back in 1976. So I've been looking at this place for a very long time. As part of my education in how NASA really functions, as opposed to how we used to think it functions, I had my baptism of fire in the whole Sidonia Face on Mars thing back in the late 80s. But I must say I'm most perplexed by the NASA reaction to a number of the independent investigations that have converged on this really now absolutely uncontroversial statement, which is there was an extraordinarily advanced system of life on Mars, and we can see it in these rover images, close-ups of what are unquestionably fossils. I mean, we found the first fossil back in 2004 and published on it about a month after the Opportunity rover landed on Sol 33. They took an image of a place called El Capitan, which was part of that little several-inch-high set of strata in front of the rover when it landed in that little crater over in the Meridiani Sinus region. And I was blown away by the fact that within a few hours of taking the picture and sending it back to Earth and posting it on the JPL websites, they then proceeded to obliterate this thing by ratting it with the tool they were using to scrape off the surface dust and get composition data of the rocks underneath. It was the most incredible, blatant example of NASA destroying priceless, incredible, once-in-a-lifetime scientific evidence. And when I saw Sir Charles get involved in this game, I just had to shake my head because as I went through his website this evening, I noticed, Charles, you've come to the same conclusion I have, that NASA means never a straight answer, and you haven't a clue as to why they're not telling us the truth.
Well, there are some possibilities, and that societal report is one of them. And, of course, as you and I know, anytime something changes the status quo, people resist that change, and it's an unfortunate thing.
Charles, it's been half a century. We've been at this now for 50 years. You're of the school that they're dumb but honest. I'm of the school that they're as clever as all get out. They do not mean to ever tell us the truth. They are determined to take our money and do whatever they damn well please. And you and I and the few others in this field that are trying to publicly point to the taxpayer what his or her dollars are being used for are basically crying in the wilderness, because until NASA officially holds a press conference and officially acknowledges what they've been hiding, none of the press seem bright enough to, A, come in out of the rain, let alone write a story about what's being suppressed on Mars.
Well, look at the images that I've presented so far and some of the things that you presented. I mean, there are things that are very obviously out of place, and they've been a meter or two away, arm's length away from these things, with sophisticated equipment that can analyze them and image them, and they have in every case turned away and driven away from them.
My learning curve on this goes back to right after Spirit landed, which was a few weeks before Opportunity on the other side of the planet in Gusev Crater. And where it landed, and we started looking at these images, and we saw things that, this is the area where you and I probably part company, because what I see is blatantly technological junk machinery, bits and pieces, corroded, fragmented, smashed things from subsequent meteor bombardments that have been unearthed from the regolith, as well as these biological forms. But when we started looking at this and we started publishing some of the first information, I tried, and I've never told anybody this before, I tried through a back channel to set up a private meeting so I could come to JPL and meet with Steve Squires, who was the principal investigator on the rover missions. And the ground rules were, and it was being arranged by an intel person that knows both of us, were that the meeting would be totally secret, that no one would ever know, that I would lay out the case, and he would give me, his best case for why this could not be, brought to public attention. And it was moving along until my intermediary got the word that, well, it wasn't the time to have the meeting. Suddenly Steve wanted to delay the meeting. I mean, I've known Squires for years and years and years. We used to debate back in the Charlie Rose days when he was with CBS. I actually had an interesting debate with him on the whole Cydonia question. So I asked my intel guy if there was a way that I could get hold of Squires directly and basically just talk, phone to phone, so that I could find out why he suddenly didn't want to have this very quiet, no publicity, no express meeting. And my source gave me a phone number for Dr. Squires, and it turned out to be over at the Advanced Research Projects Agency, or the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. In other words, Steve Squires has an office in the Pentagon. And it was That's point right. where it suddenly crystallized. Remember, George, how we've been talking for years, how if you read the NASA charter carefully, it's not a civilian space agency. It is a DOD agency. It is a arm of the U.S. defense establishment. Well, Steve Squires is obviously employed by the Pentagon, and he's the principal investigator on the rovers on Mars. So then you ask, Charles, why is this not coming to light? It's because the fix is in, my friend. And unless we change the political game, unless this president-elect, decides to do what nobody else has had the guts and courage to do for the last half-century, nothing is going to change.
Well, it's come to light that some of the astronauts don't even know they work for DOD when they're working for NASA.
Well, when Ed Mitchell and I had our, quote, debate with Art years and years ago, Ed admitted, on air that he did not realize that he worked for DOD still, that he hadn't really, resigned his commission and gone to work for a civilian agency like he thought he had done. Nobody knows. I mean, that's why I wrote a whole book with Mike Barra called Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA. And, there's voluminous evidence, political evidence throughout the book, which we document meticulously, that we have been fed a bunch of lies about NASA from now till the cows come home. The question I have for you is, how do you plan to change it?
Well, Richard, one of my contentions is they use information control. For instance, they will mix classified data with non-classified data, and then it all becomes classified. And so anybody who signed that non-disclosure agreement runs their nose into a glass wall there they didn't realize was there. And when they try to talk about anything that they do find, well, there is true censorship in the government and in NASA these days about scientific research. And the U.S. Geological Survey just recently ran afoul of that with the reports on the climate. So they are indeed censoring scientific information, and there's a great deal of evidence about that, and it has been confirmed by the Inspector General during his review of what occurred during some of the climate data.
So the question is, how do we change it?
It's going to be a very difficult path. I don't know if there's an easy way, but I think that what we're doing, getting the information out there, and there is so much information, just getting it out there for people so that they're aware of it is the first step in the process.
Were you called by Miles O'Brien to be part of his In Search of Aliens series this last week?
No, I was not, but I've been a little hard to reach.
And neither was I. And, George, are you familiar with this story?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And Miles O'Brien, who was head of a special science unit at CNN involving environment, energy, and space, has now been fired as of yesterday.
Laid off, right?
He's been there for 17 years. He actually took over from my friend John, what's his last name? He was killed in a very tragic car crash years ago, and then Miles took his place. literally days after he publishes or airs a segment of his In Search of Aliens series, which discussed one of the Martian fossils. I think it was the one that we found back in 2004.
And I thought he did a pretty good job, Richard.
Oh, he did, except he didn't talk to me. He didn't talk to Charles. I mean, we're the guys actually doing the science here. And yet, he just by raising the specter, suddenly he's toast. So how do you fight that kind of power?
Well, I find it very interesting that many people that touch on controversial subjects, such as alien life or alternative forms of energy, do seem to meet with an untimely end.
And that was your, by the way,
defense, for our well-being, that a lot of people perceive us as being slightly loony.
That was John Holloman who died in the car.
John Holloman, yeah.
Car crash. Good guy. Good reporter.
Well, what's really tragic, George, is that his mysterious death occurred literally a couple of days after I talked with him on the phone, and again arranged through an intermediary who was a friend of both of ours, and he had basically agreed to receive a very large packet of information, videos, images, et cetera, with our work on both Mars and the Moon. And he was going to look into the idea that our hypotheses are, in fact, real science and not flaky stuff and could be tested and should be aired. And 2 or 3 days after that, he's dead.
He's dead.
At least Miles is still, running around without a job now, but his transgressions seem to be that he stepped over some boundary, some imaginary line where he dealt seriously with the prospect that NASA had seen and photographed and recorded and archived at U.S. taxpayers' expense evidence of former advanced life on Mars, and suddenly he is gone.
Now, both you and Charles see fossils on Mars. Richard, you see some other things, the pyramids, the face. Sir Charles has his views on that. But the fact that I think both of you believe that life existed on the planet, albeit how intelligent, you both have different views on that as well. But I still think it's pretty remarkable that you're at least walking down a path of similarity to some respect.
Well, there's a lot of information to deal with, and I think that any reasonable person who has any background in science, who observes this information, has the ability to draw a reasonable conclusion from it.
When you look at Mars in terms of comparative biology, and you look at it and the Earth, side by side, and you realize, because we have ground truth here, that we have a great deal of information on the origin of life, when it occurred, how it developed, its various stages, the various mass extinctions, the vicissitudes it's gone through, where it is now, the fact that most of life on Earth is extinct and only available to us in the form of fossils. And then you look next door on Mars and you find not only fossils, but see, this is where, again, I think Charles and I part company a bit. It blew me away when the fossil we found, the first one, was identified as a crinoid. Now, crinoids are very specific to terrestrial oceans and to the Darwinian theory of evolution, which says, a la George Gaylord Simpson, who was a big mucky-muck in the whole evolutionary biology crowd back in the 1950s out of Harvard, he basically, set the case that any life form on Earth will never be duplicated by any other planet because evolution is random. It is a Darwinian selection of the fittest, therefore a different environment, different creatures, end of story. So you go to Mars and you look at these pictures and you see things, like the crinoids that I found, or the trilobites that Charles has found, or the brachiopods, or any of this stuff, and you can identify it literally almost to a museum case at, in the Peabody Museum there at Harvard, and you got to say, wait a minute, this is impossible by any science we think we know.
Well, Richard, that's because it was based on opinion that other life forms on other worlds would be completely different.
Yes, but Charles, politics is opinion. That's my point. These people are not acting scientifically. They're acting politically and religiously, even though they're supposed to be scientists and the people controlling them are supposed to be, under the Constitution, you separate church and state and you proceed with the science to wherever the science leads. And at some level, there's a choke point where I frankly think it's because of this incredible similarity of life on Mars to life on Earth that has caused the power structure to freak out and place incredible national security clamps on this data, and pain of being fired or losing their grants and everything else to all the the guys in the trenches, and that's why nothing ever officially comes out, because ultimately what this is telling us is that one of two ideas that are at the cornerstone of either the religious perspective or the scientific perspective is not true. Religiously, people grow up, like I was a Roman Catholic, basically being taught that life was created by God here, and that was it. Now, if we find that there's life on Mars, and it's in some level identical to life here, that opens a can of religious worms that you will never close the door on. If you go to the science side, scientists believe in their religion that Darwinian evolution is random. If, in fact, you go to Mars and you find identical, the reason you're able to identify these fossils, Charles, and me either, is because they look so similar to stuff we can find here on Earth.
Well, that's exactly the point. We recognize what we know.
You kind of pass over this lightly, but that's a huge, huge biggie. That is such a no-no. That means, if we discard the religious paradigm for a second, that means scientifically there is something overwhelmingly important about biology and life and the origin of life on this place and Mars and God knows how many other places. That means that it's not as diversified as we've been told it should be. And if that could be proven, that would completely upset everything science thinks it knows about evolution or biology. And there's an awful lot of PhDs, Charles, and you know this, who would not want their careers upset by these annoying facts.
Well, absolutely right. And the thing is here, the views we have been given are purely opinions. You can't draw a case for a single scientific data point like the Earth. There are billions of worlds, and we've not been able to observe any of them to create a graph or a trend from.
And the first one we go to, we find stuff that you very literally find in a museum case in Boston. That cannot happen under any science you and I both know.
Well, and again, when people push opinions on us as science and then say, well, that's the way it is, and I'll give you another example of that. We're told time and again that you have to have a large magnetic field to hold your atmosphere. Well, we know that's not true. Look at Venus. It has over 70 times the air pressure we have, and it doesn't have any appreciable magnetic field. So what's keeping its atmosphere there? Certainly not the magnetic field being an issue.
Have you been following, just changing subject slightly, this red rain story out of India some years ago?
Yes, I have. I have followed that.
I read a recent paper today, the two guys at one of India's universities who actually did fluorescence studies, and they found that these little things that look like cells without DNA, that reproduce at high temperatures, that have all the prerequisites of life, meaning they can make more of themselves, that they fluoresce this wonderful ultraviolet blue under ultraviolet light. They appear to have been an alien life form dumped into the atmosphere through maybe a comet or a meteor entering over India. And there's now a study, which I encountered as I was searching through this, that this red rain stuff has been happening with other meteor showers or meteor entering the atmosphere going back about 100 years. They've got correlations from all over the world of these incidences of bays or ponds or creeks turning red with something that dumped out of the sky when a meteor entered and basically blew up. Now, if that's true, if that stuff is alive, it is so alien to terrestrial life, you have to ask the question, well, where did it come from? If the only other planet that's like Earth that we really have explored, which is Mars, is turning up life forms that are so incredibly Earth-like and far beyond the normal theory.
Well, consider this. If these are actually alien organisms of some sort, then they're not based on genetics. They're working on some other chemical process that we're not familiar with. But the other thing to consider is this. Virtually every organic meteorite, such as the carbonaceous chondrites that falls to Earth, appears to contain what look like microfossils. Every single one of them does. And nobody seems to confront that issue either.
That's true. We'll be back with Sir Charles Schultz, Richard C. Hoagland in a moment. Next hour, Sir Charles will take your phone calls. Absolutely. Our guests, Sir Charles Schultz, Richard C. Hoagland this hour. Phone calls with Sir Charles next hour. Sir Charles has a brand new book out there now called A Fossil Hunter's Guide to Mars. We'll talk with him a little bit more about that in a moment. And Richard C. Hoagland, of course, has a DVD out as well. Kind of unusual and different, but for Richard, more research went into it. The hyperdimensional election of Barack Obama in 2012. That's available on his enterprisemission.com website, or there's a toll-free number, 877-345-6222. Back in a moment. And welcome back to Coast. We're with Sir Charles Schultz III and Richard C. Hoagland as well. Sir Charles, I want to spend a lot of time next hour talking about the Fossil Hunter's Guide to Mars. When are we going to go there, Richard and Sir Charles, so we can look for these fossils?
Well, during the break, I had a call from one of my sources who pointed out that we're very close to the transition where we don't need NASA anymore. There already is a vigorous amateur astronomer effort all around the world taking images of Mars with better and better technology, computers, CCDs. I mean, you can now have amateur imagery of Mars that is light years beyond what professionals anywhere in the world, including in places like Palomar, in the last decades were able to bring, to bear on these problems, because the technology revolution just keeps going on and on and on. And, if it weren't for the distance, the huge distance, 35 million miles at its closest approach, amateurs would be able to basically outdo NASA in some of these studies. But the distance factor means you're going to have a private space effort, unless you can somehow get a political break by firing the people at the top of NASA and putting in new people that will basically be, honoring their commitment to the American people to tell them the truth. If most Americans, Charles, were to realize that they have been so lied to from the beginning about what's out there, don't you think there would be almost a violent revolution in the streets?
Well, I do, and one of the key indicators is anytime you hear somebody talking about this and they look at the Mars images and they go, well, the chances of this being life, you know what? They've just failed critical thinking 101 because they don't have any other samples to work with. They can't calculate the odds. They're blowing smoke.
Yep. Now, I want to talk about the color, because I was reading very carefully your analysis of the color. And again, George, it's amazing how Charles and I, who have never met, never even talked, have independently come to so many of the same conclusions. Our areas of agreement are far more broad than our potential areas of disagreement. Why don't you talk, Charles, about the color of Mars and how you prove, as we have proven, they're lying and covering up the real colors of Mars for some reason?
Well, I've got a couple of chapters of information in the book that covers all of this in great detail, but I'll try to get to the key sticking points here. Every time you see a piece of the images that show the rovers in testing, they have yellow or orange lighting on the rovers. And why is that? When they drop the rovers on the surface of the planet, the sensors saw that the light curves on the ground were absolutely identical with the light curves on the Earth, with the difference of sunlight just being a little less intense. So the color of the sky is the same. And when you look at the images, you often see these strange orange, dusty, false color composites. Well, they've added infrared into the picture. We can't see infrared. You can't add the L2 filter from those things in because it changes the colors terribly. So for some reason, they're altering the color of the images. And if you look at their calibration sundial, you have a reference point from which you can get very realistic color. So when you look at the sky, you look at the different images, the ones that show the brightest sky color are invariably the green, blue, and violet spectrum, which means that the sky is blue.
Why do you think they're lying about the color and have been since 76?
Well, one of the most interesting
Come
things
on,
here,
be honest here.
if it looks like it's not Earth, then nobody can accuse them of having the rover in the desert somewhere.
Okay.
That's one very good reason, because a lot of people are very upset about what they feel was a lie about going to the moon. Oh, no, we went to the moon. We had people on the moon. That's not a problem. But if they drop the rover on Mars and the sky is blue and the ground looks like Arizona, people are going to wonder if they really are on Mars. And I think that this is one of their, CYA moves. You cover everything with orange, and it can't possibly be the Earth.
Well, I've heard a lot of theories, Charles, but I got to say, I got to hand it to you for spinning on that one, because that is the most benign conspiracy theory regarding NASA I have ever heard. Don't you think it's a little more pointed?
Well, I do know that it isn't the average worker in NASA who has a problem with hiding information. It has to be at the management level, because people aren't allowed to say what they find. I mean, keep in mind, they had an oceanographer on the team when they were analyzing the first rover images to come back.
Gosh,
and you've always said, Richard, you believe that the rank and file of NASA, they're out there doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I've said most of the system is honest. And Charles is exactly right. This is policy from the top. The question is, why is the policy still in place? We don't believe in Brookings. We certainly don't believe that we're going to go running amok on the streets and, as they said in Ghostbusters, cats and dogs living together, et cetera, if we know that we're not the only life forms in the universe. So, again, Charles, the big picture is, why the cover-up?
I think that there's a potential, if everybody knew that there was alien life, and perhaps intelligent alien life, that it might actually have a unifying effect. And perhaps that's something that isn't wanted.
Now, that's an interesting angle.
Well, if we had a common enemy, as we've done in times past during warfare, people unite and become stronger when they have a common enemy. If everybody on Earth thought that there was some common threat, it may cause an amazing grouping together of people. It actually may cause peace. It may cause people to work together. I don't know. Again, this is pure speculation on my part. But, there's an awful lot of strange stuff that comes out of government agencies. So you know that they're not telling you the truth all the time. I'm not a conspiracy nut or a conspiracy advocate, but there's an awful lot we see that makes no sense.
Well, Richard, do me a favor, too. Would you tell Sir Charles your theory and Tom Van Flander's theory of what you two believe happened to Mars? Because I'd like to get Sir Charles's reaction to that.
Well, Tom's model, and he was the one actually that formulated this in the beginning. We found really amazing confirmatory evidence some years ago, is that Mars used to be a satellite of a larger planet that orbited basically in the asteroid belt. Something caused that planet to blow up about 65 million years ago, liberating Mars and another moon to go into separate orbits around the Sun. Mars' orbit, as you know, is the most elliptical of the inner planets, actually out to Neptune. And that excursion of ellipticity, Tom believes, who's a celestial mechanics expert. He was head of celestial mechanics at the U.S. Naval Observatory, as you may know. So, that's his bailiwick. He pegs that to the liberation of Mars from an orbit around this more massive planet that he calls Planet 5. This other smaller moon that was liberated in the explosion of the primary at the same time, he then postulates from other celestial mechanics data, primarily orbits of comets and new comets, the first-timers. It blew up roughly 3.2 million years ago, and I was intrigued to hear you say in your first hour that you now believe that these glaciers they're finding through the radar efforts of both the Mars Express mission and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter mission are only a few million years old, covered by an inch or so of dust and sand and stuff like that. Wouldn't that fit neatly into a very young change in the Martian environment, as opposed to NASA's "it's billions and billions of years old" thing?
Well, it's true, but consider that if you add the mass of all the asteroids in the main belt together, they own only about 1% of the mass of our moon. The type of an explosion necessary to destroy an entire planet would be absolutely incredible, and there'd be a lot more far-reaching effects, I would feel, than simply leaving Mars behind. That sort of an explosion would literally rip one face off the planet, and we don't see any evidence of that.
Well, we actually do. We see an immense dichotomy between the two hemispheres of Mars, northern and southern. I mean, that's a whole program in itself. We don't have time to fight that war tonight. But Tom and I have gone through the evidence, and he lists an extraordinary litany of things we should see that we do see. The question, of course, that everybody asks who looks at this data then says, well, what's the energy source to blow a planet apart? And that's where we come to the hyperdimensional physics model, which, again, we don't have time to go into tonight. But in terms of your work, if the Mars environment was much more benign, much more recently, a few million years, as opposed to a few billion years, wouldn't it change the entire equation and make what you've been finding much more understandable in terms of preservation?
Well, absolutely. In fact, I believe that the environment on Mars has been far more benign than we've been told. And if you think about it, the Martian meteorites that they found have indicated that there was liquid water on the surface at the age of only 4.4 billion years. So Mars, being smaller, had to cool faster than the Earth, and it had to have liquid water on its surface more readily than the Earth did.
But you draw the line at two planets with evolution that's almost comparable, a billion years here, a billion there. You draw the line at anything artificial or intelligent. Why is that?
I haven't seen anything that convinces me, and as a scientist, I've got to stick with the facts. I've got to stick with things that I can measure and confirm.
But you see the biological forms, and you don't take much to convince you on that.
No, not at all. I am absolutely certain that there's biology.
Have you seen the Martian ocean liner?
I've seen the shorelines that were calculated to have existed in times past.
Okay, but you haven't seen the ocean liner.
Is this the thing? Is this that picture,
the one
Richard?
I showed you that you freaked out about at Joshua.
Right. Okay, the one that has that dragging look to it.
The 2-mile-long drag mark across the surface.
Yeah, I did that.
And
Is weird.
It comes to rest, and it looks like a fossilized, Queen Mary, Charles.
Yeah, it does. It's a weird picture, Charles.
Well, I would imagine if I saw something like that it could very well be a large-shaped boulder moved by a glacier. I wouldn't
Would you like to know how big this is?
Sure, why not?
It's 2,000 feet long.
Okay.
It's the size of the biggest oil tanker on Earth. Scale up a little bit, because of Martian gravity. 2,000 feet as an ocean-going vessel on Mars is not untoward at all, given the different wave heights, different sinusoidal wave frequencies, et cetera, et cetera. What's astonishing, and the thing that convinced me that it couldn't be a mesa, is, as George just said, there's a 10,000-foot-long slide mark before this thing came to rest. It's the damnedest thing you ever saw, George, right?
Yeah, it is weird. I don't know what it is, but it is weird.
So
well,
what
personally, I have a much easier time believing in organisms, particularly when we see the fossils.
Charles, it's not about belief. Throw out the concept of belief. You already crossed the belief barrier. Once you started writing and publishing that there was life on Mars, you have joined us crazies. you may pretend to still keep one foot in another world, but notice how you've been ostracized.
Well,
none of the people
plate tectonics guy was crazy until they discovered he was absolutely right, and Chandrasekhar was crazy until the leading astronomer of the day died. And a lot of the people who make fundamental discoveries are considered to be crazy, and then when they're discovered to have been right, it all comes down to preconceived notions and intellectual control of the information.
Did you read the story of a couple, 3 weeks ago, where Chandra Wickrama Singh, who you obviously know
He's the
well.
Red Rain guy, right?
Well, yeah, he was involved in that late, but he's written books with Fred Hoyle about Panspermia, about virus outbreaks on Earth being caused by us passing through spores and microbes and viruses from comets and, in basically celestial rain of debris in the solar system, that life exists in space, it can move between worlds, that in fact probably life was seeded from space on Earth. He came out a few weeks ago with a very remarkable interview where he flat out, Charles, said that NASA was hiding, covering up life on Mars. And he attributed it speculatively to some national security reasons, but he basically couldn't be any more specific. It's like everyone dances around the idea that we are not supposed to know. We're supposed to give them all our money, like the banks, we give them all our money, right? But we're never supposed to hold them accountable for actually delivering the goods we're paying for.
Well, okay, and you've touched on something that I've run into many times. Now, collectively, they will never admit anything, but I've met and spoke to many scientists individually. And individually, to a man, every one of them says, I can't see any other explanation. Those have got to be fossils.
So why don't we get them all together in a room and hold a press conference?
Well, here's the thing. The bottom line is, I've been told by many people, it's professional suicide to admit that you see fossils.
Yeah, unless you make $1 million with Hollywood. Then who cares if it's professional suicide? So there's got to be a way to break this logjam, because I'm not going to go to my grave never knowing.
Well, I have to agree with that, and that's exactly why I'm in this. People need to know what our money paid for and the facts about there is life in the universe.
So we have a new game in town, in Washington, in 47 days. What can you and I do, pooling our resources, our talent, our time, our contacts? What can we do together? You know, as Ben Franklin said, if we don't hang together, we will hang separately.
And you know you've got the support of this show, Richard. You know.
Well, I kind of thought that, George, but thank you for underscoring it.
Yes.
And through the show, Charles, we have several million taxpayers, voters, who obviously, if the trend curves, you know, are matching what the national polls are, most of the people listening to us tonight voted to put Barack Obama in the Oval Office. So what can we all do together to, damn it, get our Constitution and NASA back and do what it should have been doing for the last 50 years, which is telling us the truth?
Well, Richard, regardless of the differences in what we believe and our conclusions that we've drawn, I think it would probably be very useful for us to talk and see what we could do, because I think that we both together have some very formidable resources.
I think I agree, and I'm totally open to the idea.
Okay.
All right, Richard, my friend, I want to thank you for joining us this hour, all right?
It's been my pleasure, George. Charles, enjoy your questions.
Thank you, Richard. It's been a pleasure.
That's Richard C. Hoagland. Now, Charles, we're going to take phone calls with you next hour. Tell me about the Fossil Hunter's Guide to Mars.
I certainly will. All of the information that I've gathered over the last nearly 5 years, I've presented in one volume. I cover the formation of the planets, where the origins of the ocean and atmosphere come from, what you expect to find. And it's basically nearly 400 pages of information, plenty of illustrations, and it's in an electronic format and later will be in a hardback. And I've got it on the site right now for anyone to see. But I cover all of these issues and many more that we've discussed tonight, many of the anomalies people aren't even aware of. And I urge people to have a look at it. There are 2 test chapters on my site they can download for free just to see the quality of work. And I also cover the existence of present-day water on Mars. I have direct pictures of the geysers, water on the soil. There's a good chapter on the hydrological cycle on Mars as well. So this is really basically a highly referenced book, footnotes for everything. You can verify every piece of information in it. And I'd like to stress that we can get them out to people quickly for Christmas. You know somebody who's into science, into technology, and you don't know what to get them, I think that this would be an ideal gift for them.
And you can get it, as you say, off your website. Spell your website for us.
Okay, it's xenotechresearch.com, and it's XENOTECHRESEARCH.
Not to be confused with the Xenotech Research, which is the little apparatus for people's complexion. Did you know that?
I haven't heard of that one.
They spell it with a Z.
Oh, no, this is with the X.
Very good. Let's make sure we make that distinction and that difference. You know what's amazing with you and Richard is, you know, you're far apart on many issues, but you believe in life on Mars, and that alone is pretty dramatic, I think, to get a couple people on a program who believe that way.
Well, and we've both taken our own avenues to reach those points, and we found different things, but we do agree that biology has to be common throughout the universe. And there are very good reasons for that. You know, chemistry and physics being what they are and what we've discovered being what it is.
When we come back, we'll take your phone calls with Sir Charles Schultz III on Coast to Coast AM.
both the U.S. and the Japanese send out expeditions to Antarctica to look for meteorites. And the way they find them, they've learned a long time ago that there are these blue ice fields where the ice is actually blue. And it is in these blue fields that rocks that were trapped in the ice by whatever means are brought up to the surface, and then the wind and sublimation remove some of the ice, leaving these rocks behind. So every year, if you go to a blue ice field, even the one that you went to last year, you will find new rocks. And the way you find them is just look around, and any black object, you can see these sometimes from up to a kilometer away. Any black object is likely a rock, and most of them are meteorites. There are some rocks that come from mountains and so forth, but each year the U.S. brings back hundreds of these, typically close to 1,000, and the Japanese the same way. Well, a very small percentage of those are Mars meteorites, usually well under 1%. But they're enough to make it worthwhile, and there are a lot of people that study the other kinds of meteorites. And the meteorites all come back to Houston, where they're roughly described, and many of them are chipped a little bit so you can make thin sections and see what they are. And then most of them are sent to the Smithsonian, where all U.S. meteorites officially belong to the Smithsonian. The Mars ones we tend to keep in Houston because we have these clean cabinets and we're set up to process them. The Japanese do a similar thing, and they have their expeditions are sponsored by the Polar Research Institute of Polar Research, and they bring back the meteorites and keep them in cabinets there in the Polar Institute. Okay, there we go. The point I want to make with this slide is that we have a nice team that has been working this problem for now about 12 years, and it's not just me, it's a whole team of people, and including even a company is helping us. In '96, there was a big press announcement that some of you may even remember, in which we announced our findings in Washington. And indeed, that was a terrible circus with hundreds of cameras and lots of questions, and the head of NASA and a few skeptics like Bill Shopp. And I'm not sure we ever recovered from that. It was a big news event, and it was clearly something that got into the media in a big way, and that was not really our intent, but that's what happened. And the point of this is that the press blew it up much more than what we had actually said in the paper. If you read the paper, it was fairly conservative, and the press is not used to gray. They like black and white areas, so that's what happened. And we got accused of pumping up the NASA budget, which is what this shows. And indeed, although that was not our intent, that's what happened. The NASA budget got a pretty good infusion because of this paper and all the publicity with it. And in fact, the whole Mars program got an infusion of money that is continued to this day. And the whole Astrobiology Institute was started as a result of this paper. And so this course can trace probably a lineage to this paper. Right or wrong, it put a big bump in the science of life on Mars. All right, on to the technical aspects of it. We really had 4 arguments in that paper, which are given here. There were these carbonates, and we argued they were formed at low temperatures, possibly with the assistance of microbes. There were possible microfossils, what we now call biomorphs, things that look like remain like some trace of life. There were polyaromatic hydrocarbons, or PAHs, and we found those with the lab of Dick Zare here at Stanford, and we found that they were closely associated with those carbonates. I'll say a bit more about that later. And then we found these little tiny magnetite grains, nanophase magnetites, and it was noticed that by our team that they were very similar to magnetites known to be formed by a certain kind of bacteria, magnetotactic bacteria, which had been known for about 20 years before our paper, that there are bacteria that produce in their bodies these little magnetites, which are used like compasses and are used to navigate and find the optimum environment that those bacteria thrive in, which happens to be where the reducing, oxidizing chemistry is such that they can make a living off those oxidation reduction reactions. And we argued that this suite of features taken together provided possible evidence for biology on Mars, ancient life on Mars. Now, we also said that there was no single feature that was definitive for biology, or conversely, we argued then and do today that if some of these features can be formed by non-biologic methods, that does not invalidate our hypothesis. The hypothesis will still stand unless you can prove that all these features did form by non-biological processes. And we had a lot of supporters in the science community and a lot of detractors who the main argument against it, as we'll see, has been by a series of research groups that have argued that the magnetites can be formed by non-biologic methods. Now, if you think about what I just said, does that invalidate our hypothesis even if true? And the answer is no. It's just an alternate explanation for the magnetites. But it does weaken our argument that these features are supportive of biology. So we'll get into that in a little bit more. There were some very early objections to our hypothesis. The meteorite was probably contaminated in Antarctica. This was found in Antarctica, and maybe the carbonates precipitated and grew there, and maybe the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons were really dissolved in the meltwater and precipitated out on the carbonates, and that's why they're there. And maybe the magnetites were from either wind-blown dust or from yet undiscovered magnetotactic bacteria that lived in Antarctica and got into the meteorite from the environment. Another argument against us was that the magnetotactic bacteria that we didn't specifically say this, but since Mars, at the time we wrote that paper, was thought to have no magnetic field at all, why would magnetotactic bacteria bother to develop on Mars by evolution? There's no forcing environment there. Well, 2 years after we published the paper, in fact, some very strong magnetic regions were found embedded in the rocks on Mars, and the magnetic experts pushed those back to say that meant that Mars had to have a strong dynamo, just as the Earth does, only probably stronger in the early days, and that dynamo stopped at some time, but it left its imprint in the rocks. So in a way, the presence of magnetotactic bacteria magnetite, if that's what they are, was a clue that Mars had a magnetic field at one point, although we certainly didn't know it at the time we wrote the paper. We were also criticized initially by those that thought these carbonate globules formed at high temperatures. There are, in fact, a number of carbonates that are formed in volcanoes, for example, by igneous processes. We were criticized that the microfossils were coating artifacts and not real, and I'll get into that. The microfossils were too tiny to be real. That was another big criticism. And so we had our hands full at first looking at all these criticism areas and either trying to answer them or conceding that, yeah, that's right. All right, I want to talk briefly about the temperature formation here. Several authors came out within a short time, 96 and 97, and proposed that the carbonates formed at high temperatures. And if true, that would weaken our hypothesis. Wouldn't invalidate it, but would certainly weaken it. And these papers were given very wide play in the media and at some scientific meetings. And it started something that we've been fighting ever since. It started the development of a consensus that we had been discredited because of the huge amount of publicity our critics got in answering our hypothesis. Now, I'm not saying that's wrong, because we got a huge amount of publicity when we first came out with the hypothesis, but there were many people that also got publicity because they seemed to contradict what we had said. But it turned out that within a few years, the pendulum turned the other way toward low temperature origin, and in fact, one group did a complete 180 and came out with although they had argued for high temperature, they wrote a paper a couple years later that said, oh, low temperature is what it really was. So, but the problem is that these reversals in the science didn't make the media, and to some extent didn't make the scientific meetings with the splash that the original papers had. So even though we were supported by all the later data, we were still tarred with the earlier papers, which turned out to be not correct. This is just some of the reason why the temperatures were never very hot when the carbonates were formed. The oxygen isotopes, once they were measured in detail, showed that they could not have been hot, the carbonates could not have been hot, or the isotopes would have entirely different patterns. The polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons will not take high temperatures. They degrade and disappear. And the people that studied them said that based on the structure of those PAWs, the carbonates were never above a couple hundred degrees. And if, as I will get to in a moment, if the magnetites were formed by cooking the carbonates at high temperatures, the magnetites would be quite different from ones that we saw, and I'll talk about that. So anyway, low temperature seems to be accepted. A lot of this story is in this book. I don't mean to plug this book necessarily, but some of you have seen it, and it's a good example of how science works and how science and the media and the politics all intertwine. And if you want to see a case history, this is a good thing to look at. It's available from, I guess, from Amazon. The other thing that's interesting is there's a PhD thesis published now based on this interaction of science and politics and the media. And I can give you that reference later, but it's a very interesting thesis, and it concentrates mainly on the political aspects of it, and also the politics of the big journals like Science and Nature, and how they react to premature release, and how the pressure was on from NASA for premature release of the data, and it's a very interesting story.
Do you feel comfortable just saying briefly how that all happened with the premature release?
The White House released the story because of a guy named Dick Morris, who was an advisor to the president, and who had apparently whispered it to his female companion, who called the tabloids and revealed it, and got it all wrong, but it came out. And when that story started to come out, the CBS and the networks started talking about it, and at some point NASA said that we don't want this to dribble out in the tabloids. We have to have our press conference and release it properly. And I was on vacation and on camping on a river in central Texas, and I was contacted to get my behind to Washington for this press conference, and to heck with my vacation. And so that's what happened next. And science was not happy with it, the journal was not happy with it, but they accepted it, and after negotiation between science, the journal, and the NASA public affairs and top management. So it was all very, I think most of the story is in that book, in fact.
Over to the podium, Gil Levine.
Thank you very much. You know, President Obama went out to JPL to congratulate the Curiosity team upon their splendid victory of landing safely on Mars, an incredible job. He asked, however, that even though he was very busy, if they detected life, he wanted to know right away. No matter how many things he had on his plate, he'd make room for that. So I wrote him right away, telling him that here's a summary of the evidence that I and my co-experimenter, Dr. Patricia Strack, got for living microbes on Mars in 1976. I have received no answer. My letter, no doubt, being lost in the torrent of mail dumped on the White House daily. So I'm very pleased to be here in Washington, D.C., hoping that my message may now penetrate to the nearby White House to satisfy the President's concern. I'd like Pat Strack to stand up. She's out there. Pat? I hired Pat as a biochemist. She was an excellent one, but she also turned out to be a great instrument engineer, solving problems that would have prevented the labeled release life detection experiment ever from getting aboard the Viking mission to Mars. Well, it's been 37 years, and some of you may have forgotten or never even heard of Viking and the labeled release test. Was not mentioned very much on charts of accomplishments of Martian findings yesterday. The Viking labeled release experiment is extremely simple, so much so that some people have called it elegant. However, it's really just based on the standard method to detect microbial contamination, the method used by public health departments in every state in the United States, by the U.S. Public Health Service, and by almost all governments abroad. It's been used since Viking for many decades. It's still used today. It's so good. Very simple. Suspected material is placed into a sterile solution of nutrient in a test tube and incubated. If there's something in there alive and metabolizing, bubbles of gas appear, and that's the evidence for the presence of life. What the LR did was add additional nutrients to the standard method solution in case Martian bugs like something different than Earth bugs. And the trick was we tagged the nutrients with carbon-14 to make them radioactive and to make that gas coming out readily detected by its rising through the soil and going to a radiation detector, long before bubbles would ever form. In fact, the LR, I don't understand the concern, because the LR test is merely the standard method augmented with additional simple nutrients, each of which nutrients is a product of Miller-Urey experiments, products which were thought to have been on the ancient Earth and incorporated into life, and indeed each one of those nutrients is metabolized by living microorganisms. But that wasn't enough for us. Mars is far away, and we knew there would be challenges. So we added the control to the experiment. And I learned in school that the control is the most important part of any experiment. And what we did, and the standard method does not have a control, what we added was if in the rare event we got a positive response, something gave off radioactive gas, we would take a duplicate sample of the same soil and heat it to a temperature which would kill microorganisms. At least it killed all microorganisms we could test on Earth, but not so high as to destroy any chemical that may have caused an oxidative reaction and given us a false positive. So, if we get a positive response, we immediately run a control. If the control is negative, that says it was not a chemical, it was living microorganisms that were metabolizing and were detected and were killed by the heating. A positive control, however, would indicate it was not microorganisms, but was chemistry in some way. Now, I don't want to short shrift this experiment. It was tested thousands of times by Pat and our staff on soils from all over the world. We took it to rare places, including the Death Valley, where there's practically no water, and it readily detected microorganisms. It detected microorganisms in the soil sent to us from the Atacama Desert, even though it only rains every 10 or 20 years there. But amongst these thousands of tests, we never had a single false positive or false negative. It is the most highly tested experiment and instrument ever sent to Mars. I am certain of that. Now, in addition, the Viking data are the only pristine data we will ever have for looking for life on Mars. Why? The Viking spacecraft was sterilized, heat sterilized, at a cost of $250 million, 1/4 of the entire budget of the project. And no spacecraft has ever been sterilized again, with some 18 or 20 of them on the planet and ranging all over the planet. I assure you that anybody who goes there and finds microorganisms will immediately encounter what poor Dave McKay encountered. This is contamination. These are bugs that hitchhiked from Earth. If I can get the slide. This is the label release experiment. As you see, it's very simple. A small portion of Martian soil is fed a very small dose of the nutrient. Gas comes up and is detected. And it was run under Martian conditions, except the temperature was 7 to 10 degrees. We didn't want it to be freezing. And the temperature on Mars goes up to 7 to 10 degrees, so that was okay. We pressurized it to 85 millibars to make sure it wouldn't boil. We didn't really know what the indigenous temperature on Mars was. Lo and behold, we were astounded. The first thing that happened was we got a positive result as soon as we injected the nutrient. We held our breath and watched it for 7 days. Sol is a day of the experiment. And then trembled while we went for the control. We shot the control, and lo and behold, zilch. There was no response. Right then, we could have packed our bags and gone home. This was proof of life as had been accepted prior to the mission by the scientists, including the NASA scientists involved in the program. But nothing ever happens that simply. Even though 4,000 miles away, we got similar responses, and even though on Earth, in Antarctic soil, we got these identical responses, and in some other soils, these responses yielding about 10 to 15,000 counts per minute you couldn't tell them from terrestrial responses. So the data were extremely compelling, but not accepted. Now, I'll tell you why they weren't accepted, but wouldn't you think, as taught in every first year of science class, that when you get a positive response from an experiment that's testing a hypothesis, what you do is go back and confirm that response, and then you expand on that technological beachhead. However, for the 37 years since Viking, no life detection experiment has ever been sent to Mars. We pleaded incessantly to send the LR experiment back, and we even changed the LR to make it more definitive to satisfy those who didn't believe. But no. Many challenges were raised against the LR. All kinds of experiments were run, theories were cited. None satisfied the findings of the LR on Mars, because in addition to getting this control at 160 degrees, we decided to look further. We lowered the temperature of the control, and what we actually found is that when we took the Martian sample in the Viking distribution box and just held it there in the dark, isolated from its environment at 7 to 12 degrees centigrade, for 2 months, it became completely inactive. Now, it would be a strange oxidant that behaved in that way, but it sure sounds like it could be a bug divorced from its environment and life cycle that died. But the ultimate challenges that were leveled against us was that there is no liquid water on Mars, no liquid water, no life, and that Mars is covered with a strong oxidant that destroys organic matter, including life. And finally, the instrument on Viking sent to identify, not find, but identify organic matter, which all of us knew was present, just like it's present on Earth, coming in from the sky if from no place else, reported 0 organics. And so the decision was 0 organics, no life, life with 0 organics, and it was conservative to come down on the side of no life. There's some strange chemistry going on in the soil. However, we showed over the years that that was not so. And we beat back every threat that came to explain away our data. But I'm now going to address these 3 major roles: no liquid water, strong oxidant, no organics, with respect to curiosity, which is playing an important role in each. I published a paper in which I said, while curiosity has no life detection experiment, I think it has stealth life detectors. It will detect organics which are needed. And what we find to support, first, the LR results from what we've learned since Viking on Earth, as Penny has pointed out, You can't go any place on this planet, in a cave, down under the sea, up into the sky, without finding life. Life has completely invaded this planet and conquered it. At the time of Viking, we were told life is a thin film, very delicate, on the surface of the earth and can easily be destroyed. You can set off a dozen atom bombs, you'll wipe us all out, but life will survive. This year, Andy Schroeder from the University of Florida published a paper about Earth organisms which live under Martian environment. He tried them, and a common organism in our spit is Serratia liquefaciens, and he found that it survived and grew under Martian conditions. Also, lichen, which are called the pioneers of vegetation, were subjected to the same atmospheric temperature, radiation, and pressure conditions as they would experience if they were on the Martian surface. They adapted to the artificial Martian environment and demonstrated the same activity that they would in their natural environment. That's from Jean-Pierre Paul de Vera, who presented that paper at the European Geosciences Union in April of 2012. Okay, let's then turn to curiosity. The principal investigator, Rogenzer, said that curiosity has already achieved its major scientific objective. Quote, habitability is in the bag, end quote. Unfortunately, for some strange unknown reason to me, he was referring to past habitability. Why not the present? Well, perhaps it's because some people still say there's no liquid water on Mars. Viking discovered liquid water on Mars when the temperature of the soil at its footpad, as the sun rose, the temperature rose but stopped at 0 degrees centigrade. Why? That's the fingerprint for ice melting into liquid water. In addition, there was an orbiting experiment on Viking called Mars Atmospheric Water Detector. It detected saturated atmosphere, saturated in water vapor down at the lower depths. If you've got saturation, it has to be in equilibrium with liquid water. There must be liquid water, maybe just moisture, but enough for bugs on the surface of Mars. Curiosity measured the atmospheric pressure at the site, these are shown for some 200 days, and the atmospheric pressure never fell below 6.11 pascals, which is the triple point for water. That means that liquid water would exist if the temperature were correct, which is between about 0 and 12 degrees on Mars, so that here is a confirming statement from Curiosity, followed by its measure of temperature. The temperature of the atmosphere and the temperature of the soil daily. And you can see each is frequently above freezing, especially the soil. With the pressure above the triple point of water and the temperature above freezing, there is liquid water. Thank you, Curiosity. But it went further and proved it with measuring the volatiles released at the John Klein site. Here they show the volatiles and discuss them. The important one, of course, is water. And they're talking about water coming out of hydrated minerals. Well, but when you get down here where it really counts, there is water vapor coming out at 0 and 10 and 20 and 30 degrees. The only source of that water vapor is liquid water in the soil sample. Now, the next we heard that the surface was strongly oxidizing. Here's a brief quote from a publication, and the important thing is, this is significant because it demonstrates that the environment was not violently oxidizing. Well, we demonstrated in 1981 that the environment of Mars was not highly oxidizing. Pat and I were team members of the IRIS experiment on Mariner 9, And I recalled that, and in 1981, I got Bill McGuire, who was a team member, to look up the data. He looked up the data and found out, yes, we had a window for hydrogen peroxide, and there was none there in the entire atmospheric column. Now, in addition, curiosity shows that there are hydrocarbons, and there is chloromethane and dichloromethane. While there's been some statement that they might be contaminants, they rightly ran blanks, and the blanks are way below the subsequent tests. So it would be very strange to have a contaminant rise above the blank on a test run. Then it was stated that perhaps the chloromethane and dichloromethane were made when the soil was heated in the presence of perchlorate, which is present on the soil. If that were the case, you would also have to have CCl3 and CCl4. Carbon tetrachloride would have to be formed in such a process. It's not there. It's not there. Now, when we and curiosity confirmed that the surface of Mars is not highly oxidizing, this creates a real problem. The Mars atmosphere is primarily CO2. CO2 is rapidly destroyed by ultraviolet light. Therefore, its replacement is required, since it's 95% of the current Martian atmosphere. Where is it coming from? It should long ago all have been destroyed. So, what had been said until now was that it was the strong oxidant on the surface of Mars that was taking the CO, which had been produced by the destruction of the CO2 by UV, and reconverting it to CO2. Without a strong oxidant, you're kind of hung on your own petard. On Earth, living organisms, together with volcanic action and the release of CO2 from movement of tectonic plates, perform the resupply of CO2. Very little can be expected on Mars from tectonic plates or volcanic activity. Supporting biology as the remaining answer. However, the issue of organics remains. It's the only barrier to acceptance of the LR results as life. Had organics been detected by Viking, life would have been proclaimed by everyone in 1976. So if organics are now found by curiosity, doesn't that rescue the Viking label release experiment from the dustbin of history? Well, simple organics have, I've done that. Simple organics have been found, and the problem that's remaining is these are simple organics. If life is present, we should expect complex organics, just as on Earth. I believe, and I predict, that curiosity either has or will detect complex organities, biological organics, which I call sniffing the BO of life. Now, I've got Steely trapped here, and he can't say very much because he's under wraps, but I want to ask him this question. Can you, Steely, assure us that curiosity has no data relative to organics in the samples it has analyzed that have not been reported to the public?
Gil, I can assure you that Martian meteorites contain organics. That's what my work has been. So there is organics on Mars that contain meteorites.
Well, but I'm addressing complex organics.
Complex organics are in the meteor. I published this in...
I'm not, of course, I'm looking for stuff in the soil arising from life. And that's what I would like to hear addressed. They have not yet reported on the liquid extraction of organic material, which is a major experiment yet to be performed, or as far as I know, it might have been performed but not reported.
The Curiosity team has reported everything it can at the moment through the peer review process, and we'll continue to update those as
Okay, that's a cautious remark. Thank you. What's the status of life?
Hey, Gil, look, I gave you organics, mate. They're in the meteorites.
Yeah, right. What's the status of life on Mars now? Well, we have the positive proof that the LR found living organisms. We now know the challenges to it are gone away, and the last one, I predict, will be failure of will be the finding of complex organics. The failure of the Viking organic detector has long been acknowledged. That instrument couldn't find organics on Earth. After 37 futile years of trying to explain away the Mars LR results, no one has ever non-biologically reproduced the Viking LR test and control data, even in theory, let alone in the laboratory. That's a powerful statement. Secondly, no finding on Earth or Mars negates the labeled release results. Thirdly, no finding on Mars precludes extant life. No single finding or complex findings preclude extant life. And finally, Mars and Earth have been swapping soils that could have carried living microorganisms in viable freeze-dried form. You heard today about how seeds are preserved freeze-dried for thousands of years. Microorganisms can be preserved freeze-dried for millions of years, can make the trip between planets. So, I believe that the evidence is rather compelling. And Occam's razor agrees, and agrees with that ultimate authority, Sherlock Holmes, as A. Conan Doyle wrote, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And I'm not offering this as negative evidence, because everybody says, negative evidence doesn't count. What I'm saying is the positive evidence is very strong, and nobody has found anything to refute it. Now, what's the effect of Mars on of life on Mars on humans to Mars? The first thing we must do is determine possible pathogenesis. Even if we are the same life, if life on Mars came from Earth or vice versa, in the different environments, they could have evolved to be pathogenic to us. So we've got to find out about that. But in addition, life on Mars could be useful to humans to Mars. It might help them in food. It might brew a better beer. We have to study it carefully.
Welcome, everyone. My guest tonight is Dr. Chandra Wickramasinghe. He is acknowledged as one of the world's leading experts on interstellar material and the origins of life. Since on this show we often talk to guests who have experienced encounters with beings assumed to be of extraterrestrial origin or have witnessed UFOs, my guest tonight will hopefully bring some fresh insights on the topic of extraterrestrial life from his background as a scientist. The professor has rocked the scientific world by his unusual and controversial theories about the content of cosmic dust. Basically, he first proposed in 1974 that dust in interstellar space and in comets is actually mostly organic, made of living matter. The professor, who was born in Sri Lanka, now lives in Britain and currently serves as the director of the Buckingham Center for Astrobiology. He is also an adjunct professor at Rahuna University in Sri Lanka, honorary professor at the University of Buckingham, honorary professor at the University of Glamorgan in Wales, and professor of applied mathematics and astronomy at Cardiff University in Wales. Professor Wickramasinghe has one of the most distinguished careers I've ever seen. He's written over 30 books and 350 scientific papers. He's also an award-winning poet. In 1986, he received the International Dag Hammarskjöld Gold Medal for Science, and in 1992, he was decorated by the President of Sri Lanka with the titular honor of Vidya Jyoti. He's a former advisor to the President of Sri Lanka. He is a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts and also a Fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society. He holds the highest doctorate degree in science from the University of Cambridge in England, and also an honorary doctorate from Soka University in Tokyo, Japan. So welcome to the show, Professor.
Thank you.
So, I have to, well, you know what, first of all, I'm just going to say I think this is probably a very timely interview because I know that you've got a very large birthday coming up in a couple of weeks.
That's right, yeah.
And you're going to be 75, that's okay to say, on air?
Yeah.
And you've got a new autobiography that's just come out, A Destiny of Cosmic Life. You want to just give just a quick explanation of what's in the book?
Well, it's a story of my life that is essentially traces all the ideas that I developed over a period of about 40 or 50 years. And I start with my childhood, in which I really became extremely passionately interested in science, then on to university in Sri Lanka, and then on to Cambridge, where I met up with the legendary astronomer of the last century, Sir Fred Hoyle, and started this long collaboration on interstellar dust and life in the cosmos and so on, that led up to my present situation of believing that there is life everywhere in the universe. And that's something that is not just a belief in me at the moment. I think I have provided, along with a sort of team of colleagues worldwide, unequivocal proof that this is so, that there is life everywhere. Extraterrestrial life is a fact, and we still haven't got used to extraterrestrial life of any kind, let alone UFOs. I think even humble microbial life is being as an entity that we have to sort of accommodate in our thinking, which to me is absolutely bizarre. So this is the story that I've written up in the book. It's more or less a personal life story, but through the descriptions that I've given, the science also emerges.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely fascinating what you're saying, and I think it's important for our listeners to understand exactly what you said, which is that this concept of extraterrestrial life, even on the microbial level, is so difficult for people to wrap their heads around, and there's so much resistance to the concept, even in the face of scientific evidence.
Yeah, the scientific evidence has grown to a point that is, to me, is absolutely compelling. And yet there are a substantial number of distinguished scientists who go along with that point of view to accept that there is such evidence. But the bulk of the so-called major establishments in science, like NASA, for instance, insist on denying it. And there's one very interesting incident that I got involved in recently, because my old friend from many years is Dr. Gilbert Levin, who led the Viking Mars expedition in 1976. He lives in New York, and he's a very distinguished scientist, a very distinguished academic. He was the principal investigator of the program that sought to detect life on Mars in 1976. And he obtained evidence that, to me and to him and to a large number of people, appeared to be quite strong, proving that there was microscopic life forms currently on Mars. Right? But this was not accepted for some reasons that turned out to be, eventually turned out to be wrong. What they did in the experiment was to pour the kind of nutrient that bacteria like to take up, right? Okay, like soup or agar. They poured this onto the soil of Mars, and the nutrient was taken up, and the whole thing frothed like a sort of a can of Coke or something. It really frothed furiously. And from that experiment, Gil Levin concluded that this was a positive for life. But there was a second experiment in which they tried to look for chemicals that are organic chemicals around the landing site, and the equipment was rather primitive at the time, and they could not find a positive signal for the organics. And despite the fact that there was this stunning result of the whole sort of nutrient being taken up and so on, NASA decided to back off from the conclusion, and at the time they said this was inconclusive, that the results were not conclusive. Now, since then, since '76, there have been dozens of expeditions that have gone to Mars. There's a rover now called Curiosity that is roaming around the surface of the planet and doing all sorts of experiments. But there's not a single life detection experiment. But some of the results that were published and put out on the internet have shown that there are green patches on some of the rocks. And my colleague and friend Gil Levin has asked NASA to disclose what these green patches are. He's sort of brought into action what this act of U.S. law called the Freedom of Information Act. Right?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Where you demand the information that is arrived at from public spending on science. And so this is pending now. He's sent this, and we don't know what the outcome would be. But, I mean, the long and short of the story is that there has been, from 1976, evidence that should have pointed to current life on Mars. And yet now, with all the experiments that have been done currently, there's not a single experiment or a single statement that's been made to say that there may be life now on Mars. All they're doing is look for perhaps evidence of ancient life, evidence of water that has flowed in rivers in the past, but not life currently on Mars. So that's Mars. But going further than that, there's also really compelling evidence that there is life outside the Earth. In fact, in the middle of last year, my colleague in Sheffield, Milton Wainwright, and myself and some students, we sent up equipment in a balloon to 30 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. And that's a very great height in terms of terrestrial heights. And we picked up material that is falling in from space. And this was brought down to the Earth, and we have discovered some bizarre organisms, and they're unquestionably alien microorganisms. We published these results in a journal called the Journal of Cosmology. So the evidence is mounting almost day by day, the evidence for life not only existing outside the Earth, but coming into the Earth from outside. So.
All right, so you've jumped the gun a little bit on some of my questions here,
okay,
which I absolutely was going to... No, that's fine. I want to go back to why you think NASA would possibly be withholding information that might be very critical in showing that there is life on Mars, even if it's in the microbial form. Why would they do that? And aren't we at risk now... after many more landings of there being contamination from Earth?
That's the unfortunate thing now, because we've sent all these missions to Mars since 1976, and they have not been sterilized to the extent that would remove every possible microorganism from the Earth. So unwittingly, we have taken microbes to Mars. Unfortunately, the missions that have gone to Mars since 1976 have not been properly sterilized or completely sterilized. And so I believe it is inevitable that we have taken Earth organisms to Mars, and whether these have actually taken root on Mars is a question, but I think there is now a possibility that whatever we find on Mars may be Earth contaminants. But the 1976 experiment was pristine, and the data still exists. It's in the public domain. It's for everybody to look at, and so we have to demand that there's more action taken in regard to the 1976 data. But I think much more interesting than life on Mars is life further out, because Mars is just a nearby planet, the next door to us, as it were.
Professor, I wanted to ask you, we're talking about life on Mars, the fact that NASA is really refusing to be very cooperative in confirming its data as to extraterrestrial life. But you, in 1974, you and Sir Fred Hoyle apparently came up with the original theory of what's known as panspermia. And I know about that because I've had astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson on this show, and he was the first person who ever mentioned the word panspermia that I'd ever heard of.
Okay.
But maybe you can just real quickly explain what it is. Apparently, the idea is that dust in interstellar space is really made up of organic compounds, which is kind of strange, I think, for us to think of.
I mean, if said it not in that way, it does sound strange. But the astronomical evidence for dust in space being organic has grown tremendously over the last 30 years. When we first looked into this in the mid-1970s, there was quite strong evidence that the dust that you see everywhere in the clouds of the galaxy, there's the broad sort of lane of the Milky Way, and in between the stars you see various shapes, sort of dark striations like horses' heads and so on. They show up very strikingly. These structures are made of huge quantities of cosmic dust. They are... So I got a little phone peeping. So let's say that again. Sorry about that. I better take my phone out. In the mid-1970s, the idea of organic dust in space would have sounded somewhat bizarre to most people, because they had been used to thinking that the dust in space had to be inorganic. They thought that these were little tiny ice crystals, rather like the particles of ice, microscopic particles of ice that exist in the clouds of the Earth's atmosphere. But when I looked into the details of the way these particles behave, in the way that they absorb the light from distant stars and block out the light from distant stars and so on, it was quite apparent to me that they could not be these icy particles that astronomers are talking about. And so I began to rack my brains as to what these could be, and the best fit that I could get to a whole lot of astronomical data, now this is back in the mid-70s, was for a model that was made of dust particles made of organics. Organics very similar to the kind of chemicals that we have in life. So this was published, and this was discussed and debated, and many people were very angry about it because they didn't want to think that anything resembling life existed outside the Earth. But over the years, we pursued this idea. We looked at every possible avenue to either prove or disprove the hypothesis of organic cosmic dust. And at every turn, we found that our hypothesis was backed up and not contradicted by the data that unfolded. And there was new avenues of exploration. There were new sort of telescopes that were flown around the Earth, orbiting telescopes, and every single observation, astronomical observation, supported this idea that there's organic dust in space. Now, astronomers do agree that this material, the stuff that we see as dark patches in the Milky Way, that these are largely made of organic material, that is to say carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, sort of carbonaceous material. But many of my colleagues still like to think that these can be made without life. In other words, that life is not an essential part of the process by which these so-called organic particles are made. And I and my colleagues have disputed all of that. We've argued that the only way that you could make such a huge quantity of organic material is from life itself. We know that if you put one bacterium into a nutrient medium, it makes 2 in a couple of hours, then 2 becomes 4, and so on. So there's a well-known exponential multiple amplification of microorganisms that just essentially runs riot across the galaxy. Once life is somewhere, has started anywhere in the universe or anywhere in the galaxy, then it just takes over, and that's what seems to happen. The beginning of life is very difficult. I mean, that's something that we had. I had great difficulty in trying to reconcile my views with the views of the traditional biologists, because they argued that life happened on the Earth and it just happened in a primordial soup.
Well, isn't that a big problem, in reconciling not only, sort of the concept that life started here on Earth and maybe Darwinian theory of evolution here on Earth, and also you're running afoul of all kinds of religious concepts?
Unfortunately, that is the case, that any ideas that relate to life tend to connect with religious preconceptions, and I think one has to accept that. The conventional wisdom has been in biology that life started on the Earth, that life is a purely Earth-based, Earth-centered phenomenon, and that is sort of consistent with most religious positions, I think, because all religions are essentially geocentric. We think of ourselves as the most important creatures in the universe. We think the Earth is the center of things and so on. But in terms of astronomy, these ideas have been disproved a long time ago. 500 years ago, it was shown by Copernicus and Galileo that the physical situation of the Earth is not central in any way in the universe, that we have no important place in terms of the physical location of the Earth. And so reluctantly, astronomers and physicists had to agree that this is the case, that we are not at the center of things. But after that, we have still hankered after the idea that maybe life is centered on the Earth, maybe we are centered on the Earth, maybe the most important component of the universe is human life, and that is centered on the Earth. And I think these ideas are deeply religious in a very profound way, and they have to be combated, and I think that's one of the problems we face. People don't admit that it's a religious problem that they are facing, but I think it's a deeply religious problem in relation to the existence of extraterrestrial life.
I think that's absolutely true. Now, you can sort of go way over onto the other side of that sort of spiritual coin. There are a lot of people who claim that they've had encounters with beings not of this earth, and you certainly, you talk to enough people involved in, military programs or classified programs, and they'll talk about similar things to that. Is it possible, then, on this theory that life was brought here to Earth, did not originate here in the original compounds of this Earth, is it possible that there are complex beings, not just sort of bacteria or microbes floating around, but complex beings elsewhere out there?
I think so. It's not just possible. I think it's for certain. There has to be intelligent life on a very large scale in the universe. I think to argue that we are the only intelligence, or we are even the highest intelligence in terms of life, is being pretty arrogant. There's no evidence for that, and it's only anthropocentrism and religious fervor that makes us make those statements. I have experienced I haven't experienced UFOs yet, but I have direct experience of looking at samples that were brought down to the Earth of microorganisms that are distinctly alien. There's no question that these have been charted on the Earth. They have not been mapped in any way, and there's a lot of evidence for that. So large creatures on other planets having intelligences greater than ours is certainly not unfeasible, and I think it's entirely likely that this is the case, that there's a huge amount of intelligence, and if that is so, then many of these stories are not to be ruled out without really
at least a good look at them.
We need to look at the evidence.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, when you started to talk a little bit before about how you gather samples of cosmic dust, and it's very specific the way you have to do it, because you apparently send up balloons that go up into the stratosphere, and as you said, 30 kilometers, which I think is 17 miles up into the air.
30 kilometers was the last experiment that we did with my colleague in Sheffield. He's the principal investigator on that project. He and myself and few students, we sent up balloons to 17 miles and recovered material that we have no doubt came from space. They have fallen onto the collecting devices. They have produced craters in the collecting devices, which means that they impacted at high speed. They were not just drifting lazily in the stratosphere at 17 miles. They just bumped into this at high speed. And when these were brought down, we have organisms that are so peculiar. In fact, one organism that we have published recently has a thin shell of titanium, and inside that shell of titanium there's a highly complex organic biological structure that's oozed out as a result of the impact. That's just one, and there's many other structures that we found in this last round of experiments. But the experiments go back to 2000, to the turn of this century, or the decade, in fact, or millennium. In fact, in 2001, I collaborated with an Indian group, the Indian Space Research Organization. We went up higher. We went up to 41 kilometers, nearly 25, 30 miles, and brought down organisms, microorganisms, that we still haven't identified. In fact, the last organisms that were brought down were new to the Earth. They were not known on the Earth. And one of them was named after my distinguished colleague, Sir Fred Hoyle, called Hoylei, was one of the names that were given to this new microorganism. So there are microorganisms coming in all the time, and they're coming in, they're just flooding in at the rate of something like 1/10 of a ton every single day. Huge amount.
So we were talking before the break, Professor, about tons and tons of organic, biological organisms being sort of rained down on us on apparently a regular basis here on Earth. Now, you actually first came to my attention when I saw you on a TV show, and you were talking about the strange case of the red rain in India. And that was something, that happened, it went on for about 2 months, from July to September in 2001. There was blood red rain that fell in torrential downpours in the Indian state of Kerala, and it would do things. It stained clothing red. It was kind of scary looking. Some people theorized that it was the result of a meteor explosion. Finally, the Indian government commissioned a study, and they concluded that the rain was red because of little airborne spores that came from earth algae. 5 years later, in 2006, some scientists began to argue that these colored particles were actually extraterrestrial cells, and I'm assuming that you were with that group.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we have looked at this red rain cells from Kerala now for close to a decade, and still it hasn't been resolved what these are. They're certainly not the kind of algal cells that one sees on the internet, and there's been a sort of large-scale whitewashing of the whole thing to say that, oh, this is very easy to understand. There's just algal cells that were blown up in vast quantities from the trees, and they went into the clouds, and they came back again. And that's not the case at all. We have looked at algal cells, the alleged algal cells, under the microscope. We've studied them in every possible way. They are nowhere like the red rain cells that fell from the skies. The rain fell after a huge sonic boom. It was heard right across the whole state of Kerala. And I think there's every indication that it came from space, that there was a small fragment of a comet containing these microorganisms and maybe other microbes as well that exploded in the stratosphere and essentially fed the clouds, the rain clouds, with this red material. So that was in 2001, but the same kind of situation was repeated in Sri Lanka last year, about almost a year ago. Mm-hmm. And I've been involved in studies of this as well. And the two types of particles, the red rain of Kerala, red rain particles of Kerala, and the red rain particles of Sri Lanka are very similar. And I think one has to draw the conclusion that they must also have come from a cometary source. Why is it only in Kerala and India? The answer to that I really do not know for sure, but I tend to think that even in the United States, in New York, if there is a light fall of rain with a slightly colored red color, you wouldn't notice it. It had to be very, very dark red before you noticed it. So I suspect that if you look at the rainfalls in many places at many times, this we might have the red rain phenomenon in a dilute form. And it's also worth mentioning that accounts of red rain really span a long historical period from almost sort of prehistory to the present time. Homer's Iliad, for instance, is a epic poem, and he describes blood falling from the skies. And in biblical,
yes, it has a biblical sound to it, and it's sort of spooky that way.
It is, yeah. There's biblical accounts of rain falling, red blood falling from the sky. Right through history, this has happened. And when you begin to look at the timings of these events, there's also a rather uncanny correlation between meteor sightings and meteor falls that are recorded, and the red rain events. So I tend to think that this is just one phenomenon that is certainly colorful because it's red and it shows up, but microorganisms are coming in all the time, and every pandemic of history has been driven from outside. And I firmly believe that we cannot understand the history of epidemics without admitting that some component of microorganisms, viruses or bacteria have fallen from the skies.
I want to get to that in a second, but I do want to go back a little bit because in researching this, I thought it was very interesting that the exact same region in India apparently has had many of these red rainfalls going back to, I think it was 1897, and they had them even after this recorded event in 2001. I think it was again in 2012. So it just keeps happening, and it's odd. I think it's peculiar, as you were saying, that it seems to happen in that particular region. Do you think it has something to do with the fact that it's so close to the equator?
It's close to the equator. Its geographical location has to be considered as an important factor. It is also the meteorological conditions in that part of the world are also quite peculiar, and it could be that swirling clouds in that over that area in Sri Lanka and India tend to collect and to retain particles that fell from comets longer than in the temperate latitudes, like in London or in New York. Something like that has to operate, but I keep getting letters from people all over the place in the United States, North America, South America, in Devon, in southern England, saying that people have had their ponds, where they have little either bird baths or ponds, suddenly go pink overnight, and they've sent me samples. I haven't really had the resources to look at these samples. But I think it happens in a dilute form. This red rain must be falling almost everywhere from time to time.
Well, I don't recall ever seeing red rain. And when I saw the footage of some of that rain that was coming down in India, oh my goodness! And it really did look like blood. It was very spooky looking. But they also apparently have reported black rain, yellow rain, green rain. Have you seen all of that?
Yes, I have. I have seen the yellow rain. I have seen. I haven't seen the black rain, but the yellow rain was reported about 2 or 3 weeks after the red rain. So I think it's just a sort of a matter of degree of pigmentation. When the red rain has been around, red rain cells have been around, exposed to the ultraviolet for a long time, maybe the pigment fades. I don't know what the details are, but I think the fact is that to this day we have no clear knowledge of what the red rain cells really are. They are not recognizable terrestrial algal cells, although the nearest type of earth cell that resembles the red rain cells to some degree are algae, like the algae that you get in the trees. But when you begin to make detailed comparisons, the differences are quite profound.
What about in 1994? I don't know if you've heard about this. The residents of a small town in the state of Washington, here in the U.S., in a town called Oakville, they reported seeing material raining down from the sky. They described it as little clear blobs of this sort of jelly-like material the size of grains of rice. Some people who handled it ended up in the hospital with nausea or dizziness or kind of odd symptoms. I think there were some reports of some kittens eating it and they died. There was a local skeptical doctor who decided to send the material off to a lab to have it analyzed, and when it came back, they discovered from their analysis that it included human white blood cells. So the doctor then said, well, it must come from waste from an airplane toilet system or waste system that dumps, somehow unexpectedly. And that would explain the presence of the human cells. But airplane waste fluid is blue. Did you hear about that? Have you looked into similar cases? Would that be the same kind of thing as the different colored rains, or are we talking about something different?
Yeah. I would tend to think that they're related in a generic sort of way. I haven't experienced them personally, anything like that, but I've seen documentaries on, they call it star jelly, isn't it? It's happened in Scotland, it's happened in Northern Europe and so on. So it's not a new phenomenon. That also is like the red rain that's happened in the last several decades. It has been reported sporadically. So I think it could be just this similar bits that fall from comets. Comets, we know, are made of organic material, have a large component of organics, and jelly-like substances are indeed organic. Now, the human contamination is another issue that you brought up, and I don't know. I think handling of this material, when you take it to the lab, you have introduced some contamination. So the argument that the entire sample was just human contamination, it probably is being a little oversimplistic. It's not entirely clear to me that the analysis that you referred to disproved a non-terrestrial origin of the jelly that was brought to the laboratory.
What about, people have talked about these strange water spouts that sometimes occur in the ocean. They're like giant whirlpools, I guess, and then they spout out and they scoop up all of the fish. And so suddenly you've got thousands of fish that are up in the air and then being transported by the wind and then end up landing. Is it possible this could be something similar to that?
I mean, I've thought about that. I think those water spouts and the rain of fish is probably a totally different phenomenon. I think this...
Maybe that's another biblical event.
It's a biblical event, but it probably is not every biblical event needs to be connected with the skies, isn't it? It probably happened in the oceans. The oceans have currents that we don't entirely understand. The ocean currents and deep ocean currents are still essentially uncharted territory to a large extent. So occasionally you could have, and there are thermal springs and all kinds of things happening in the deep ocean. So you could have spouts suddenly developing that carries up the fish to very great heights and deposits them. But they wouldn't go to the kind of heights that we have recovered these bizarre microorganisms in the stratosphere at 17 miles. If you throw up a fish, it doesn't go up more than it has a very, very low altitude maximum height, and it comes down.
I wouldn't know. I haven't thrown too many fish up in the air. My guest tonight is Professor Chandra Wickramasinghe, and we've been sort of taking the tour of the universe this evening. Kind of interesting. I would like to just talk a little bit, while we still have some time left, about what you think the effects of all of this strange biological, organic material raining down on the Earth on a regular basis, what effect does that have on us as human beings, if any?
Oh, I think it has a profound effect. I really believe that if not for the rain of microorganisms that happens all the time and has happened right from the beginning of the Earth's formation, we wouldn't be here. The first microorganisms were brought by comets impacting the Earth some 4 billion years ago. We know that for sure because we have rocks that carry the signatures of these organisms. If there were no further introductions of viruses or bacteria or microbes, then there would only be microbes on the Earth. We wouldn't be there. We wouldn't be here. The continuing rain of microorganisms, continuing rain of genetic material from space was, in fact, what led to the emergence of all of the life that we see on the Earth. The whole spectrum of biological evolution is a result of this continuing rain from the skies, from the universe. The entire galaxy, according in this picture, is a single connected biosphere. Now, we think of our biosphere as sort of limited to the Earth, but it's nowhere like that. I think the whole of the galaxy is connected, and we have just been pieced together. The whole spectrum of life, this marvelous spectacle of life that we see around us is just fragments that have got together, like the red rain, cells falling from the skies, like these viruses and microbes that are falling from the skies. They have been pieced together, and selection of according to fittest and so on has taken place, and that's what we see as life today. That is very, very clearly evident now from DNA studies, because even the human genome is known to have a huge component, maybe 50% of our human genome is made up of viruses that were inserted over the last 4 or 5 million years in our evolution from anthropoids and apes and anthropoids and so on. So what happened was that these little viruses like the AIDS virus, they came at various times, maybe every few thousand years or so, nearly completely or almost completely culled the evolving line. They destroyed every individual except maybe a very small residual breeding group that went through carrying this residual virus. And these viruses, I think, that are carried through in our evolution essentially is the storehouse for evolutionary information that led to our evolution.
So we're primarily viral.
We are primarily viral. We are more than 90% viral in our makeup, and that you can't get away from that. I think there's been a book written by Frank Ryan, I think was the author, called Virolution, which is a new word, which is a revolution in biology, where viruses are the key to everything. And they came from space, and these are the bits and pieces that we see everywhere. They fall from the skies, and they are in the oceans, and so on.
So are we in danger from these alien viruses falling to Earth? I mean, is that a problem for us, or do we just sort of absorb them naturally?
It is a problem. If we think of our individual existence and individual survival, viruses, on the average, are bad for us. Because you have a cold now and you're sneezing and coughing. I might have flu and I might be laid in bed. I might, as a result of flu, many people even die, right? But it's the survivors that matter. The survivors carry the information of the virus onto the next generation and thereafter onto the next generation and so on. And those are that's the evolutionary storehouse of information. So I think the viruses are important. If viruses were bad for us, isn't it remarkable that in the long evolutionary history of animals like ourselves, we have not developed total immunity to viruses? You would have thought that a virus is a tiny, tiny piece of information compared to the huge information in our genes. And it should be logically possible for the massive information content in our cells to somehow devise to block out the viruses that are coming in. On the contrary, and this is very amazing, I think. I find it very amazing that we seem to invite viruses. We have attachment sites on our cells, on our throat cells, respiratory cells, and so on, inviting these viruses. And that wouldn't happen if viruses are bad for us in a sort of global sense in terms of evolution. Evolution and viruses go hand in hand. That's the crux of the matter.
Isn't that, I mean, I just think that whole topic is really fascinating. So you don't think there's really a risk of there being anything, a pandemic or anything like that as a result of what's coming in on this, riding in on the cosmic dust?
I think there is a risk. I think every pandemic of history has been driven from space. There have been so many pandemics. The last major pandemic was in 1918, 1919, when some 30 million people worldwide died. And this was an influenza pandemic, and it happened on the first attacks of this pandemic, this really lethal strain of influenza, happened in Boston and Bombay on the same day. You cannot explain that in terms of any sort of person-to-person earthbound theory.
Yeah.
It had to come from space. It had to fall in on these two different places and then spread in a higgledy-piggledy fashion from those places. And every single historical epidemic, I think, was driven from space, and it'll happen again. There's no question about it. But one of the things that I have suggested to many people, and they're beginning to think semi-seriously about it, is to have some kind of virus shield in the stratosphere, where we send up balloons or maybe satellites and collect these viruses that are falling in, and before they cause havoc, it may be possible to devise vaccines and immunize large numbers of people against the impending doom, if that is to be the case. But I think the possibilities are there. They're quite real, and they are being talked about. The next flu pandemic has been seriously talked about by experts the world over. They don't know what to do about it, but they keep talking about it.
I think that the idea of having a global shield, a viral shield, is fascinating. And I would think that NASA would want to be paying much more attention to your Freedom of Information request